again at In Your Head Wrestling Radio. I am the internet icon, the broad of the pilgrims, the most honest man in all of podcasting, handsome Jackie Jones, along with my right-hand man, my audio soulmate, the ass to my pounding, and the enforcer of the Headyverse.
1 inch biceps, the power goat.
Yeah.
I don't know that all that nonsense you're talking about, but I am the boss, baby, the man who tells you what to do, the king of all the marks, and all that good jazz. But anyways, Jackie Jones, how are you doing, my man?
Not too bad. I'm cold down here.
Oh, that's a shame.
So I'm all bundled up, but I do have my new Acclaim tee. Yeah, Acclaim. Now hopefully they can get away from these fuckers, Swerve and Keith Lee, and start working some other teams.
Who do you think they'll have first for them? Hopefully not like what they did before with the Mark the bad, what's his name? The dude who, no. Where they had the legal.
Oh yeah, I think they realized that sucked and just forget it.
Yeah, they got out of that pretty quickly. So
that's an interesting question though. Who's next? Because there wasn't another tag team feud on Full Gear, I don't believe, where you think the next in line was so. Can
you put them with FTR? I mean,
yeah, I think for that one you got to really do it like a good angle.
Yeah,
I mean, some of their angles really aren't angles; they're just bam, there's a match. I mean, you could do that, but I think when you go to the them versus FTR, I would go. I think you go to FTR's heels for it.
Yeah.
Bruce Briscoe says Tony Nese and Josh Woods. Would that be exciting?
Yeah,
I actually like both guys, but
they were
I'm not feeling excited for that.
Was he answering me? I can't seem to get into the chat, so for whatever reason, it's not.
Golgo says, "I hope we hear Jack Survivor Series song tonight. I would love nothing better than to do that here on the show for you, Gogo. Unfortunately, last year when we did it, it got not a strike, but we couldn't. It was a big warning on the show. We couldn't monetize it. This band, they're saying that that they own it and all this shit. That really is what happens is they could feel Jack nipping on their buds. They're like, holy shit, this man perfected our tune. We got to go and tell on, unfortunately. So I cannot play the song on the show, but it is one of my best hits, one of my best songs. And that's actually saying a lot because I don't like to pat myself on the back. I'm a very humble guy, but I am, many people consider me a musical genius of all genres. I'm not pigeonholed in one genre. Every music that I've tried my hand on, many would say that I've conquered. So, rock, heavy metal, death music, rap, love ballads.
There we go. Now I'm in the chat.
I got some jazz. I haven't put, that's not really out there to see too well. You got to really dig for that, but I've conquered jazz.
Yeah, Bruce Briscoe was responding to me.
A lot of people say I'm the true master of the pan flute.
Oh, I see. But anyhow, Jackie Jones. Enough with all that foolishness. Jackie Jones, we had a hell of a pay-per-view with AEW.
We did, yeah. I was pumped. I was excited. I thought it was an awesome show. And I think it was needed because I'm an AEW fan. but some of the weeks leading in weren't my favorite of stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought this was, it kind of had like a feeling like, oh, is this cool anymore? But this show is awesome. And just because I like to know what other people think of stuff. I don't know why I do, but I try to listen to some stuff, and I mean, it's no, I shouldn't be shocked at this point, but like I was listening to Cornette, and he just hated like everything that happened, and I was like, "What the?"
Yeah,
I don't know. At that point, I think if you really hated every match on this show, the product's just not for you, and that's fine. I'm not going to say you don't have the right to not like it, but if you hate like everything on this show, if you're telling me the trios match was just the shits and one of the worst things you ever seen, like this product that's on TV is just not for you. You know what I'm saying?
Pretty much. Because I thought that match was phenomenal. I thought the finish was so well done. I thought it was probably one of the best finishes I've seen in quite a long time.
Because they really built up to it too. They spent weeks building up to that finish.
Yeah, and even whenever they were building towards it, I kind of thought, I don't know if I'm digging this storyline.
Yeah, I wasn't into it either, but I think that's why sometimes you got to wait and see where things play out.
But I think the way that it was executed was so well done, and it was definitely one of my favorite things on the show. Was that Ray Phoenix was forced to use the hammer, even though he
forced to use the hammer. I've got a hammer. I've been telling it you got to
shut up. Good God.
And you're like, I will not hit Mosh. And
I'm trying to talk about the Full Gears. I'm not trying to be talking about.
What are you thinking, dude? Why are you thinking dirtiness or something?
I know what you're saying. But anyways, Jackie Jones.
All right. So
I would say this. I know I've heard Cornette talk about the Saraya and James and Britt Baker match, which I think Saraya, she's been out for 5 years. She's a little rusty. She's
let's take these in order and we'll get to that, okay?
But I was just saying Jim Cornette because you were kind of bringing him up how he hated the show. I mean, you weren't saying him by name, but I knew who you're talking about. But yeah, if you hated the trios match, that's just
and the insanity. And he hated the 4-way match and stuff. Like, to me, that was the two best stuff on the show. So the pre-match, I don't know if you ended up seeing the pre-show. It was really good stuff. We had the Best Friends, which was Orange Cassidy. Well, you had the Trent Beretta, Chuck Taylor, Orange Cassidy, Rocky Romero, and their mystery partner, which was Danhausen. And I'm on record not being a big Danhausen fan. This was by far the best I've seen Danhausen. He didn't do a lot, but what he did looked good. And he was over strong in it, which I think is smart because the guy is very popular. And they wrestled the Factory, and I think this is a good placement for the Factory. Do I really want to see the Factory in a 10-man match on the actual pay-per-view? No, but it's a good way to open the show because it's people. It's not job guys, but it's like lower end guys that people at least know, and they're putting over the popular guys.
Yeah,
this was a very fun match. Orange Cassidy's super over. The live shows I go to, he's like right below Moxley, I'd say, and MJF.
I was bummed that this match was on the pre-show. I mean, it seemed like a big enough match because you got Orange Cassidy.
I think Orange and Danhausen. I don't know if the Factory really, it's going to belong. But
I think Orange is definitely
he's one of the most
pay-per-view worthy.
Oh yeah, of course, one of the most over people in the company. Even though I think that the belt is just a silly title, I do like that he carries it in the backpack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that was really fun match. Ricky Starks was Brian Cage, a part of the Eliminator tournament. Mm-hmm. I'm not a big Brian Cage fan, but this match was fine, and the right guy went over. I was happy that Ricky Starks went over.
Yeah.
Let's go big brawl backstage. It started as. I think
that was against Brian Cage. They've been kind of building a feud between Lance Archer.
Yeah, but it was a tournament.
The tournament. Okay, I apologize. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Years, boy.
Yeah. The tournament that the
Eliminator tournament.
Too many tournaments in the AEW.
I know. But at least there's not. They haven't had one in a few weeks.
I mean, if you're going to complain about something, that's definitely something.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've said it many times.
Not the quality of the matches,
but I'm glad that they're starting to do stuff with Ricky Starks again. He had a lot of momentum, and I think when they split him and Hobbs, I think it hurt both their momentum. And he was on the cusp, I think, of being a top guy. Ricky Starks that would be a good choice for an early feud for MJF for the title. Like maybe not a pay-per-view match, but you could build that up for a big Dynamite match.
Yeah.
And a guy that, he built well, and I don't think it would hurt Ricky Starks to lose to MJF for the title. And it's also a good guy for MJF to beat.
We have a comment from Lexar here and a question from him. He says, I was suspended from Facebook for posting live in-ring action between the Elite and Death Triangle, which was flagged by Fight TV, so I can't post questions for tonight. Can I ask questions for tonight?
Yes, when you zoom in, you can ask them right here live on the program.
Sure, make a list. You don't have to post them if you're calling in.
Yeah, boy, call in and ask him live.
Exactly. But
I have to say, some of these things, I don't think people know what jobber and stuff means. Bruce Briscoe, do you think Bryan Danielson is just a jobber in AEW? I mean, clearly no. A jobber is a guy who doesn't do moves. He just comes out and gets squashed. He never gets squashed. And he said when he came into the company, his aim was to work with the young guys. And he might have he didn't win this. Look, you can't win if he's not a guy that's gonna come in and be undefeated. But losing a 4-way match with like 4 top guys is not.
Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, he has been losing a lot of his matches recently, but I mean, I think definitely anybody can see that he's one of the higher up guys in the company. So,
I do think he should win more, and when he loses, it would be a bigger deal.
Mm-hmm.
But I also don't think that's their booking. I think that's his mentality. But that's always kind of how he's been.
I do think it is good to bring up talent, but I just don't think the time is right now. I think you need to really get the company over more so than the.
Yeah, I personally don't think pushing Bryan Danielson as your top guy is a good idea.
I think probably when he first came in, it would have been a good thing to do.
I don't think pushing anyone immediately winning your world title is a smart idea when you're the.
They've kind of.
I do think he had a lot of momentum and was a really good heel there for a while.
Mm-hmm.
He was good in this match. I'm normally not huge on him, honestly, but this match he was good in.
They did some really great stuff in it, for sure.
Eddie Kingston versus Akiyama, which he said was a dream match of his. At least this guy's a lot better than that other old Japanese dude who can't move. He's just like, he can't even move his neck. This guy was good.
Oh, man.
This was they were just pounding ass, meat on meat.
Yeah,
just some big throws, some pounding, and then Eddie cut a really good promo at the end, very emotional, thanking everybody. It was also kind of comical because he kept asking how much time he had, and then they're like, "You got to go." The pay-per-view was like, "Oh, I'm done," and just walked out. It was funny. It was emotional. It was good. Another guy I would like to see done more with. And he's wearing better gear. I think that's always been my biggest complaint about Eddie.
Yeah.
Is I don't think he's ever going to be ripped or anything. And he'll probably always have like a bit of a belly. but you could wear stuff to cover that up.
Yeah.
Because when he's in just street clothes, you don't really notice it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like his character needs to be all jacked or anything.
Yeah, for sure.
But when he wears like the tight, like yellow, and like you can just see his big belly and stuff, it's not a good look. So we opened with a really hot match, a cage match, Jungle Boy Jack Perry, which I do like the name change. I would just go Jungle Jack Perry, but Jungle Boy Jack Perry, and then eventually you can drop that, whatever. Versus a guy who I also think that needs a name change, and that is Luchasaurus.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a great match, I thought. I mean, it was a great opener. I mean, to start it out with a cage match of this caliber was pretty awesome. And I think they went all out. I mean, with all the moves and everything. I mean, jumping off the cage at the end and doing, the flip into the table and just craziness. But I really enjoyed it. And I think it really got Jack Perry over a lot better in this match. It just seemed like this is a making of a star here, like he could really go on to some bigger things here.
I agree.
After this, I know that the Christian, I guess his arm is still hurt, and that they may go into that feud soon, but I don't know.
I don't think if the feud, I think they'll have to wait till he's like he can perform. But
I think they'll have to revisit it.
I actually think ready. So. He beats Luchasaurus. This is a time. Sometimes they do this, and it takes away from the show where like someone has momentum and then they're off TV for a while. But this is a time I think you could be used. So he beats Luchasaurus and Christian, and I think you just don't see those guys for a while. Then you could put him in other feuds. Then when Christian is healed, he comes back and costs Jungle Boy like a title match.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh shit, Christian's back, and he's back to get his comeuppance on Jungle Boy. And then it rebuilds, it's like a super villain coming back to get, revenge on the superhero.
He got some color, and Luchasaurus was smashing his face into the side of the cage, and Christian was kind of, talking to it, browbeating him or whatever.
Yeah,
that was really well done. The whole match was just
it was great. It was probably the best Luchasaurus match I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm. It looked like they're trying to incorporate some sort of like blood coming out of his mouth at the end of the match whenever Jack Perry had him in the submission hold. But I seen it, but I don't know if it came across. It's like, or maybe he was really bleeding. I don't know, but
I don't know. But I would like to see Luchasaurus with a new name, because I think the Luchasaurus is, it's comical, and it's more of it's definitely like a hero name. I don't think it's good for like the big monster villain.
Yeah.
And I remember when he was first there, I saw a lot of potential in him. Then when he came back from the injury, I thought he really regressed. But this match was really good, and I kind of like his single stuff. So I think you could do something with him. I think he's wrestling more like a big guy. He still does some of the lucha stuff, but not as much as he used to. I don't know. And he's very impressive looking. And I like masked guys, but I just think the Luchasaurus name's not great. But a hot match open show is great. And then we went right into another, just a crazy match. Death Triangle versus the Elite. The Elite, the ring entrance was awesome. This was a great moment. Came out to Wayward Son. They looked in great shape, looked very happy to be there, being happy in front of the crowd. Kenny looked back into his shape like he was in Japan, like he was jacked.
Yeah. The crowd was definitely into them as well. So I was really happy to see that. I was a little concerned how they would react to them.
Go to me, not to be the broken record, but don't fight the crowd. So go with, which they did. They did go with them as baby faces. But if they're the baby faces, I don't know if having the manager with them works, or like the goofy guys outside the ring, the whole entourage. I actually like all that stuff. I really love the manager, but Not if you're baby faces, because he's like a heel on commentary, and having like your entourage outside the ring is very heelish.
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe, I'm not saying fire those guys, but I don't think it fits with them if they're baby face.
Yeah, maybe not bring them around as much. But yeah, the incorporation of the new song "Wayward Son" by Kansas. I think that's the name of the title.
Yeah.
The band was Kansas,
Mm-hmm.
but
Well, the
and
band.
then showing the the text before they played the song and everything. It was pretty awesome because it was a really great entrance for them. So
Yeah, it was awesome, and the match was off the charts.
yeah, it was really good. Like I said, I think this is probably my favorite match of the night. Some crazy stuff throughout it, and just the finish was just freaking awesome. I mean, some crazy chants during the middle of it.
Yeah, they were chanting "fuck up CM Punk," I believe.
I was surprised to hear that. I didn't think I didn't think I would hear that.
I didn't either, because he was a guy that it would just be the opposite. People would chant Punk's name for years when he wasn't around, and now he's actually that shows the loyalty to the crowd, to the elite guys. So
Yeah.
no matter what,
I don't know if that would be the same in different areas of the country. I'm still worried about that.
I don't know, because they were turning on him, some of the people in different places anyway. Punk. I think for if you people, because a lot of people like on our group and older fans and stuff, there's a lot of people who really hate the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega, and if you don't like them, that's, again, whatever, I don't care. But you can't. What I don't like is when people act like everyone else hates them. So you can't act like these guys have no fans and they're worthless to the company, because they clearly are. And I think this match, and just even the entrance, the reception showed. Let's be honest, they're one of the main reasons the AEW exists.
Yeah,
was that's why it's called All Elite Wrestling, because of the elite guys.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, it was definitely great having them back. I was glad to see them, and a hell of an entrance, and just a great match to boot. I mean, because this was their comeback match from being stripped of the trio titles, so kind of set the record straight for the Death Triangle, even though it was a bad finish. I mean, but it did show that they are the definitive champs in a way. But then again, you had the whole thing with the hammer.
I thought it was a really smart finish, because we had the weeks leading in, like him to try, and it was twice in this match. So for people who haven't seen the show, for weeks Pac was trying to get Rey Fenix to cheat and use the hammer, and he didn't want to do it. So then he tried again to do it earlier in the match, and with him refusing, it almost led to the finish with Kenny pinning him. And then the second time, he decides finally to cheat, and he uses it when he's about to take the one-winged angel, which no one's kicked out of, and he wins. I thought was really that was great psychology in the match. But people say these guys have no psychology, just a bunch of flippy flop moves, but that's not true. It was a really well-built match, over weeks.
The expression on Rey Fenix's face when he was hitting him with the hammer, because you could tell like he was very he didn't want to do it, but he had to do it, and he was upset with himself. It was just so well done. I mean, how can somebody see that and not be like, okay, that was pretty
good. And if not, honestly, I just think the wrestling of modern day is just not your deal, which is that's cool. But,
pretty much, yeah.
But I just thought this was amazing. This was off the charts to me. It was great.
Yeah, a very good match. I loved it. It could be a candidate for match of the year for me.
I agree. To me, there was two matches on the show that I would have up for match of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, how do you follow that? the next match is put in a bad place because you actually fall in two really hot matches. I don't think no matter where you put this next match would it get this giant reaction. And that was Jade Cargill defending her title that Nyla Rose stole. I did like the Nyla Rose entrance. I saw some people were upset that they're doing the Eddie Kingston thing. I have no problem when it's his widow doing it. I think that's I think she has free reign to do whatever she wants in Eddie's memory.
Yeah.
That's to me, that's
most definitely. Yeah. I liked it too. I thought it was I mean, I didn't expect something like that for that team to come out, but when it happened, I was kind of happy for Vicky because I mean,
it was a nice.
She seemed very proud to be doing that, and Nyla Rose sold it very well, and even Marina Shafir dressed up for the occasion, so she. But yeah, I liked it. I thought it was cool.
I went in. It started. I thought, oh, this is kind of rough. And in no means would I say it's a great match, but I will say it was a much better match than I expected it to be. And I'm glad that I probably would even had a little shorter. I think it was the shortest match of the show, but it was smart not to go too long with this. And it was an impressive power bomb by Jade.
Jade Cargill, she came out dressed as a tigress, is it? Or
Chitara.
Chitara, okay.
I was really excited. I was really I'm a big Thundercats fan. I didn't think a lot of people would know, but apparently people were yelling at me when I said, "Oh, it's cool." She came out kind of an obscure fake character, but yeah, everyone knows Chitara. And I'm thinking, I don't think that's a household name. I mean,
yeah, no,
I'm not saying no one knew. I knew, but I'm just saying, it's not a name that everyone knows.
It's been several years. I mean, a long time.
I mean, Thundercats wasn't really that popular. I remember I had interviewed the guy who does the Toys That Made Us, which is a really good series on Netflix. Mm-hmm. And I asked him about Thundercats, and he said it didn't have like enough following to warrant one of the episodes.
Really? They had some awesome toys. I mean, you had like the little thing you push in the back and they'd light up. I think Mummer's eyes would light up.
Yeah, Mummer was awesome. I loved all the toys. They were really well made. As much as I love He-Man, they were more articulated than He-Man. There was more detail to them. I love the He-Man guys, don't get me wrong. But anyway, we're not here to talk about that. But she looked cool. She always looks cool.
Yeah.
I really think they did a disservice having Jade on TV so early before she knew what she's doing. Because if she would have debuted, maybe not right now, but even a little bit before, she's still not perfect in the ring, but she carries herself with confidence. She comes off like a star. Yeah. She might not ever be perfect in the ring, but I don't think you have to be. But she comes off like a big star.
Most definitely.
And she's decent in the ring. She's very strong.
So basically, the story in this match was Nyla Rose stole Jade Cargill's belt, and she had been walking around pretending she's the champion.
Yeah, I'm not big on this storyline.
And but anyways, Jade Cargill finally got it back. During this match, apparently they even had a few of her cronies run in and try to steal the belt back, and they kind of Nyla stopped them. So I it wasn't the greatest of the match, but it was all right.
I didn't think it was awful or anything.
No, it wasn't terrible. I know there was a few things that JR even said, bowling shoe ugly. He used that line. But I mean, it was good for what it was. It wasn't bad. Wasn't bad at all. Very passive.
All right.
What are you so amused about over there?
Well, I post some silly stuff on my Facebook, and then my family's used to all this stuff, but then they don't care. But then there are like people I know in like normal life, like my friend Chef George just saw me posting about my OnlyFans, and he was like, "What?" But I don't. Well, I do have an OnlyFans, but I don't know if I want my my chef friend going there.
Yeah.
Or maybe I do. I don't know. Maybe he'll give me a good deal on some.
Maybe he'll leave some good tips. You never know.
To me, the next match was actually my favorite match of the show. but I would not argue having the trios over this.
Mhm.
And this was, and I wasn't necessarily going in thinking it would be great, even though I like all four guys. Jericho, Bryan Danielson, Claudio, and Sammy. And I
Mhm.
thought this was an awesome match. You could tell Jericho has a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Actually, you could tell all four guys are having a lot of fun in the match. I thought this was one of the Danielson looked great in this match.
Mhm.
Sometimes I'm not saying he sucks by any means, but there's sometimes I think his matches are kind of on the dull side. But I thought this was really fun. They did a lot of fun stuff with all the people. I like the story of at first the teams are kind of working together, and then Sammy and Jericho split up. And this one I love the end too. You got the giant swing, and Jericho just runs in and does like a flying Judas effect onto Claudio, and I thought that
Yeah.
was a really cool spot.
Yeah. You've never seen anybody interrupt the big
No,
swing yet.
and it
So
looked
that's pretty
enough
good.
to. It's kind of the wrestling I like, where see the like I've learned to like the modern stuff with Young Bucks and the where those stuff you can kind of tell everyone's working together, but it's
Yeah.
very fun and exciting. But it's a different style of wrestling. This move was almost reckless and not quite perfect, which to me I like because it looks sort of more realistic, where he
Mhm.
just ran into the elbow. But I liked it. It was very cool. And yeah, I'd never seen anyone do that before. I don't know. I just
Uh,
thought it was a great match on them.
the turn between the teams was pretty awesome
Yeah.
too. I like how Sammy Guevara broke up one of Jericho's pin attempts, and he was like, "What the hell," And then
Yeah.
they kind of go back and forth with each other. And I even like Bryan Danielson and Claudio looking at each other, and they're like, "Let's go," just
Yeah.
like this is a match, a four-way match, and so they started going at one another. I thought that was pretty awesome, but a lot of great exchanges between those where they were reversing moves and everything, and that was pretty good,
Yeah. Now I'll have to
very good.
find out what happens to the black. I saw some people mad, oh, the Blackpool Combat Club, what
Hmm.
happened? But I mean, that's what you have stories for. People complain
That's
there aren't
yeah.
enough stories, but now we have to see where this plays out. Maybe they won't do anything. I don't
Y-
know. But there could go a
It,
lot of ways. We'll get to the end of the show here, but it could go a lot of ways of what
is
happens.
Jericho and Sammy Guevara still good after Sammy he was trying to win the belt from Jericho,
Right.
and Jericho is his boss, and that was brought up during the match as well. So you have a lot of ways to look at it. Are they still good?
Mhm.
Is the Blackpool Combat Club? We'll get into it later, but anyhow,
The next match, probably like I hate to even say anything's like the worst match on the show, because like I think there's reasons, but Saraya versus Britt Baker. Um, I think they probably should have this match shorter.
mhm,
I don't think it's great to have Saraya beat Britt Baker clean in her first match.
yeah,
So clear, like very like she just hit her move twice on her and pinned her. Maybe if it would have been a cheat. I honestly think if you would have kept this whole match the way it was, and it was imperfect, like she's clearly rusty and stuff, but you had Britt Baker beat her, I think you would have had a lot of sympathy for Saraya, because it's like, oh, she just doesn't quite have it anymore. And then you could have told the story, her even coming out and do promos like, this is my first match back, was more difficult than I thought. And now I've got to work
mhm,
harder to really get back, and then try to, and we'll get the rematch eventually and get your win back. But as it
yeah.
was, the kind of not the greatest, and then she beats Britt. I don't think that was great. A great idea.
Yeah, like if the match was better, it probably the finish would have been better. But
I still,
yeah,
it's a rough deal when you bring in like these big stars, because
mhm,
I'm for that. You bring in Punk and Paige and Daniel Bryan, Brian Danielson, whatever, and all these people. But if you can't bring them you can't bring them in and just have them lose, but you also can't bring them in and have them beat your homegrown people right away, because that sends a message that any name from WWE or elsewhere is better than our people. So it's a really tricky situation. I think it'd probably be best if she came in and beat someone else her first match.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it seemed like she's rusty, and it just Britt Baker's so over. And yeah, I think it would have been better if she, came in against somebody else.
She was honest about it in the scrum afterwards, saying like Britt Baker really helped her, like carried her in the match, and she was not in the shape she thought it would be, and so I like all that. I know some people, they get mad when people talk out of character like that, but what's the alternative? Now it works sometimes, like the MJF thing in the scrum, like he's totally in character. But honestly, like we've had interviews where people, talk like everything's real, and it really just makes you roll your eyes. So, I mean, we know what wrestling is, so I'm fine when people talk about, she made me look good out there and whatnot.
Yeah. I'm fine with the scrums where people come out and, because it's like disconnected from the actual show.
Right. It's like when you watch, with actors or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you listen to interviews with people,
I think it's pretty rare that there's a guy out there or a girl that thinks this is all real still.
I think if those media scrums were all in character, they'd be awful.
Mm-hmm.
They'd be like those. That's why those the WWE pre-shows are so bad, because they're just all in character, and it's just like this fake, like it's very bad. And not everyone's going to be able to pull it off like MJF. If you have someone like that, cool, go for it. But that's like a really rare talent where the guy can be the heel like in all his interviews. I mean, most people aren't going to be able to pull that off. This next match was awesome. So we had that one kind of took the show down a bit, but I don't really blame anyone. I just maybe would have made it shorter. This next match was not the greatest either. Samoa Joe, Wardlow, and Powerhouse Hobbs. Wardlow had so much momentum after going into the MJF match and then beating MJF, but he's not been used that great. I know he's the AEW, TNT champ, but a lot of times he's just on Thunder or Rampage, sorry. And I don't know. He hasn't been lighting the world on fire as a champ, so I was good with Wardlow losing it and having Joe having. They have so many titles. I actually think it's smart to just put both the TV titles on Joe.
Yeah, just
I would kind of combine them until you actually have a Ring of Honor TV show.
It is very confusing, and belts are all over the place. So just having them at one place kind of makes it easier for everybody. But I'm surprised Wardlow did lose the belt. But I'm cool with Joe having it. I'd kind of like to see Joe have another good run.
We do. I'm a big Joe fan.
He's always been one of those guys who's always been there, and it's like it's never really been a big run. But
I think Wardlow might be a guy that's just better chasing titles and stuff than actually just having a run. But I don't know. I like him, but I don't know. He's a guy that's he's really over when he's involved in stuff, but he is like more of an old school big man, which I like, but it's almost out of place in AEW because they work a different style. So you have all the guys like doing like the 5-star matches, and then you have Wardlow. I think that's why Wardlow works so well with MJF though, because MJF also doesn't work like the typical 5-star, match. He's more old school, but he's still a good in-ring wrestler. So I don't know. He's kind of out of place to me, but I like him.
Galgo 13 wants to chime in on the Saraya match. He says Saraya should have won her first match in AEW, but her first match should not have been
right.
Britt.
I agree.
You save that match after Saraya wins against others.
Yeah. Plus it would give her a chance to get back into ring shape. So have her win some shorter matches, build up, And that would also get people. I get the idea, like this is their first match. This is a big match, but I still think it would work better if you built it up to that match and had her going in with some wins behind it.
John Brown wants to call in tonight. There's Zoom in actually, but he needs a link if you can.
Yeah, we'll do that here. I'll put it up right after. We're almost done with Full Gear. Then
we're going to do the Full Gear, and then we'll get everybody in here.
So the next match was match I was not looking forward to, and I was pleasantly surprised. I really liked it, and even Jeff Jarrett looked good in the match. I'll be honest, Jeff Jarrett looked really good in the match. He's growing on me here in AEW. So Sting and Darby Allin, who I love both guys. Sting's just fucking crazy. It's 60 something, probably the best 60-year-old wrestler I've seen. And they beat Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal. This was just really fun.
I was stunned by that dive that he did. Like they brawled to the outside, and Sting got up on one of the balconies, and he jumped off. And who was it who was catching him? It was the big guy.
Rotnam, what his name? Satnam Singh.
Satnam Singh.
I like Satnam Singh. I actually like that he doesn't wrestle. I think he's a good just like bodyguard character.
The way he threw Darby was a little questionable though. That looked a little rough. He just kind of went.
Well, I think
Darby
Darby kind of like lets people do that. So
yeah. So it was good. I mean, very entertaining match. So
I would love to see Sting and Darby get some kind of titles, but right now, like I don't think it would be smart to take them off the Acclaim.
Yeah.
And now you have the trios title in this big long feud, so you can't even do that. So I don't know what title you could do, but I would like to see Sting get some kind of title before he does retire. By the way, they announced the best of 7 this for the trios belt, and I've seen some people really pissed, but I'm looking forward to this. It's not the first time they did the best for 7. The big one was when I was a kid, was Magnum TA and Nikita, but then they did it again. It was Booker T and who was it? Benoit, Booker T and Benoit, I think, in the night.
Oh, okay, yeah. I remember them doing that in WCW.
So no, I'm into it.
So who's it going to be on the best for 7?
The trios. It's the Elite versus versus Death Triangle. People are like, well, that's gonna be 7 exact same matches. I'm thinking, well, we haven't even seen them yet, so how do you know?
Yeah, they definitely going to change them up. I know Kenny Omega. I think he's going to do the New Japan match. So maybe they can't like get into other things. So maybe this is just going to keep something going.
Yeah, they announced them. It's 7 like weeks in a row to be on, which I don't know. I'm into it.
Yeah.
It's interesting if the titles will be on the line each. I'm not against that either. I think that's kind of interesting if the titles switch hands like multiple times throughout this series.
Yeah,
I don't know.
For
sure. The best women's match of the show was Jamie Hayter versus Toni Storm. This match had a lot of heat. A lot of people really into it. People have been wanting Jamie Hayter. I had mentioned about her going face and in a private message, and Inch was like, how about just turning the whole group? And I agree with that. I would just turn the whole Jamie Hayter, Britt, and Rebel. I'd just make that whole group face. They're the most over women in the company. Everyone wants to like them. So just go with it.
Yeah. That way you don't have to have like a falling out with it.
Yeah, we've had enough of those for a while.
So, just turn the whole group.
Yeah.
But definitely a great match, and everybody's been getting behind Jamie, and I think Toni Storm did very well, and I think the only bad thing about it, I know Tony Khan said afterwards that it's a hard decision for him to strip Thunder Rosa of her belt. That interim stuff.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, you had such a great match here. You're going to have Jamie Hayter.
Should have just been for the women's belt.
Yeah, she's the interim champ now, and it's like, that was such a great match. And it's just kind of, it's like a black eye having her just the interim champ.
I don't like this interim stuff at all.
Yeah.
I don't see any benefit of it. Just if someone gets hurt, you take the title off of them. If they're not going to be back for an extended period of time, or just wait till they come back, take the belt off, and then when they come back, then they get the rematch.
I don't think it's a hard decision at all. I think he should.
I agree.
They shouldn't even have this interim stuff.
No, I don't like it either.
Because it really does just hurt the champion that they're having right now. You know, I mean,
yeah, it didn't
Toni
help.
Storm, her entire reign was an interim.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's
never
that's
the
not
women's
good for
champ.
her.
No.
Yeah.
And when you look back, like she won't even be. I know record book in wrestling, but still, when I was a kid, I used to like to, especially AEW now because it's a new company. You can look back and track, the champions.
So no more interim stuff.
I agree. The Acclaim, my boys. I've been a big supporter of them for a long time, even when people like Jason Mitten were saying that they're jobbers, and he said they should never talk. And I was just like, you are fucking crazy. Like, so the Acclaimed versus Swerve in Our Glory. I think their first match together was definitely their best. That's the one where Swerve and Glory won. Yeah. And then they progressively, I think, not as good. This one I don't think was great, but I'm glad the Acclaim won. And I've had enough of Swerve and Glory, so I'm glad they broke up. I don't really want to see them anymore.
Yeah, and I think Swerve Scott, he does
his
best work as a heel, and I really
likable to me.
Into him at all as a face. And I think he's really doing a great job as a heel. So, and I think, Keith Lee,
Lee's a great baby face.
He seems like he wants to continue as a baby face. Yeah. So, I mean, it only makes sense to break him up. And
at first, I was
he turned on him within the match, because Swerve was telling him to do something, he wanted to do it, and Swerve ended up slapping him, and then Keith Lee ended up walking out on him. So I thought that was pretty good. And like you say, it gets them away from Swerve and Keith Lee all the time. We can see the Acclaim taking on some other teams. So that's definitely something to look forward to.
Yeah. At first I was like, I'm not sure I want to see these two guys wrestle each other, but I do think it'll probably be good because Swerve is a good heel, like you're saying. Keith Lee is very over as a baby face. And then you also have a good dynamic where Keith Lee's this big giant dude and he can throw him around a lot. So
Jonathan Jackson says now Swerve and Keith Lee will go back to WWE. Yeah. No, I don't think
I don't think that
they're in contracts. They can't do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, does Swerve really want to go back to Hit Row that bad? I mean, is Hit Row really that great of a thing? I mean,
I could see certain guys like, man, maybe I should have stayed, but I don't think that's probably one.
Yeah, I mean, Hit Rows. I mean, they're not really doing much of anything since they brought him back, and I don't know. I don't think he needs to worry about leaving that group for AEW. He's on his own. He doesn't even have to have a group now. I mean, he's messed up daddy ass. He messed up his fingers. He can't scissor. And daddy ass is pissed about that.
I blame him. Bring back daddy ass. And then we had the main event. MJF versus John Moxley for the title. It's good stuff.
I wish I had the thought before actually, like last week, and I could have expressed it then, but I didn't really have it until I started watching the show. And I thought, I think there might be something funny with William Regal tonight. But anyhow,
we'll have to see. I liked how it happened. I liked MJF being the guy that's always, he gets people into him, and then he's lying all along. Personally, I think at this point they loved him so much, I wouldn't have done it. I would have just gone with him as the main guy of your show. But as a story, I liked it. But I don't necessarily know if it's the smartest.
I think that's why I thought maybe William Regal is going to turn, because I don't think MJF wants to be a face, and I think
I
he's
don't think he
fighting
does
it
either, but I don't
as
know
hard as he
that's
can.
always the best decision. I know there was times Ric Flair didn't want to be a baby face, but they'd still cheer him, even when he's doing heel stuff, because there's people they just want to like.
And during the entrance, I don't think it's a very it seemed very big earned crack McCracken kind of thing from Kingpin, Bill Murray's character. But like the MJF came up to the girl. I don't know if he got a pass by her, if it was all right for him to motorboat her at the time.
Oh yeah.
But maybe she gave him the go ahead because there was a bit of an exchange there. Yeah. And I'm like, oh my God, what's this dude doing? I mean, like, his wife could be seeing this. Isn't he married now? I mean, that was a very dastardly thing to be doing, I think. Especially if you're going to be a baby face. So it kind of was like a fake moment, like he's trying to be a good guy, but he's doing like, he's motorboating a fan in the front row.
Would you let him motorboat you?
Well, maybe in the heat of the moment, Jack.
The heat of the moment.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, John Moxley, he was coming out to his Wild Thing thing, and there was like a security guard up, like messing with the fans. I don't know, and like John Moxley just like grabbed him and like pulled him out of the way, just so he could get up and do his whole bit, and it's good stuff. But yeah.
By the way, I was watching Chop before we went on. I didn't get to see one because I didn't have time to finish it because I wanted to come here and talk to the Headyverse. I love every goddamn one of you. But it's Bizarre Baskets this week. And so I was watching it. And the first basket, you're familiar with the show Chopped?
No, not at all.
Oh, it's a great show on Food Network. So they have a basket of mystery ingredients, and then you got to make a dish out of these.
Okay.
And so so you have the appetizer, the main course, and then the dessert. And this one, so it's Bizarre Bites, was weird stuff. And the protein in the first basket was pork uterus. Yeah. And then the second basket, it was rooster testicle stew. Then for dessert, it was cricket milkshake, which it was cool. I liked it. All right.
Jackie Jones.
OB!
The match itself though was it was pretty good. I liked the finish, of course, which was the referee got knocked down. John Moxley, he had MJF down, and William Regal was like, go check on the ref. Go check on the ref to John Moxley. And as he was going to go check on the ref, William Regal pulled out the brass knuckles and he threw them to MJF. Wow. And MJF used them against John Moxley to win the AEW title.
Reminded me when we used to wrestle around in the hotel rooms, and Intra once pulled out brass knuckles and he sucker punched me in the back of the head, and I just no-sold it. But this time it was not no-sold. He won the title.
I remember the donkey punch that I gave you, but I don't remember that one.
Brass donkeys. So I put up the chat room, the link to zoom in so Jobs can zoom in.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so we were talking earlier about what's going to become of the Blackpool Combat Club, and maybe they all become heel and John Moxley's out.
That could be. That works.
Because how can you have the Blackpool Combat Club when
the Blackpool,
which is William Regal? He's the only one who's from that area. So you just got to watch and see what happens.
Yeah, you could do that. You could just turn do they just become the Combat Club?
Mm-hmm.
Does MJF fit in the Blackpool Combat Club?
It seems like fans have problems with not knowing what's going to happen because, like,
it's both. It's like they both. if they know what happens, then they're pissed, and if they don't know, they're pissed.
Yeah. I like not knowing what's going to come on the show.
Me too.
You know?
Me too.
So, I mean, I'm ready to see, I got to tune in. I got to see what happens.
Yeah. And I'm not, and also people, they predicted that Regal was going to turn. I'm like, that I don't have a problem with that either, because if it's a well done storyline, there should be hints to things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're reading a book, there's foreshadow to things that could happen, and so it's possible to guess this. And it's two people, so one of them is going to win.
Most definitely.
Gogo's, for some reason, I think Miro will be going back to WWE if he is able. I could see that one because he's
definitely.
That's one I do think is not used well. I
does,
saw the people were bitching that FTR wasn't on the show, but from understand they actually couldn't be on the show because they were wrestling some other country, I think. There's something. Well, that's why they weren't.
They had an engagement already. Can't be in two places at once.
That one's an interesting one if you do them versus Acclaimed eventually.
It does seem like FTR, they're not very prominent on the AEW program recently. I mean, you would think they would have a bigger spot on the show. But
yeah, they do at times, and sometimes they don't. So it's weird. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I would definitely like to see more. I saw Tony was asked about the Briscoes, and he said he's tried many times, tried everything to get him on AEW, but Turner just will not allow it. And I'm both think like I actually would like to see the Briscoes there, but I also understand whoever's decision. They're like, we don't want these guys here because of what they said. I get that. It's unfortunate, but sometimes, I mean, there are consequences to things you say.
Yeah. I wonder who.
And it wasn't just some throwaway thing. I mean, he said he would like murder people if they told his kids that gay people are okay. I mean, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, pretty bad. But I wonder how it didn't just kind of float under the radar. I wonder who tipped them off.
I mean, it's out there, but someone they had to come to their. But I think once someone sees it, like that, they're not going to forget it. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I know there's these conspiracies out there that like the Young Bucks are like they're just like these masterminds that hold everyone in the world down. I think that stuff's like just kind of silly. Like, why wouldn't they want the Briscoes there? They've worked with them for years.
Yeah, I mean they wrestled them several times, as far as I know. So definitely, I don't think that the Young Bucks are really trying to hold anybody down.
And they were in the beginning of AEW, they were losing everybody. I mean, we even talked about it that them and Kenny, at the time they weren't ever winning.
They didn't want that stigmatism of like, oh, these guys are the bookers, and look at them put themselves over.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's kind of, I didn't know it, but I guess Cody Rhodes had issues with him that he wouldn't be able to challenge.
Yeah, but from what I understand, it was his own story.
I thought it was his own idea. Yeah,
I'll never understand the Cody Rhodes stuff, and I also don't necessarily believe anything he says because he really goes back and forth on stuff.
Yes, I totally agree with that because he just seems really bizarre. Like I do not get Cody Rhodes whatsoever. Hey Goosey, it's good to see you, my man.
Goosey,
the goose is loose in your head.
What's up, fellas?
Not a whole lot. Talking some AEW.
I thoroughly enjoyed the shit out of that show.
Yeah, that show was awesome.
I was at the point where I was about ready to wave the white flag on wrestling again in general, because even AEW was starting to get really bland. But they made the right choices, and I'm pretty happy that they.
I was really into it. I thought it was their best show in a while.
Oh yeah, I mean MJF is the champion now, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, I mean, all the matches
a lot of great matches.
I think they're finally moving away from the CM Punk. And
I hope so. I seen a thing online today. Somebody was bitching on YouTube about like, oh, they need to address this, and it's like, what do they got to say? I mean, we pretty much know what went down here. I mean, no, we're not going to know everything until like probably a couple years out. And
Yeah, we might not ever know
the whole story, or maybe we'll never know.
There was I was in some group. They were posting. They were all pissed because they took Punk off the video game cover, and now it's Kenny. And I was just like, I just froze. Like, you got to use some sense. That the guy's like not even the company. Why would they put him in the centerpiece of their game?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it makes no sense. And he probably wouldn't want that either. It'd be like, oh, they're using my likeness to sell their video game. Like, none of it would make any sense.
Well, I saw his debut, or it's going back to being like a MMA commentator.
Yeah, I actually thought thought that was funny.
Oh, that he was.
I only saw a 10-second clip. I thought it was funny.
Yeah, but I just felt like, man, that's quite the step down. He's just like an MMA commentator now.
He can't wrestle. He's hurt.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it just didn't seem like, I don't know. It just.
Well, I mean, he wasn't the guy who pursued coming back to wrestling. People had begged him for years.
Mm-hmm. And it turned out so well.
It did for a while. I personally would like to see him there. I'm still a big fan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with him being, but
that return pop was probably one of the biggest moments in wrestling.
It was cool. I mean, it's just a shame that it had to end up like this.
Yeah, I'd still like to see him come back. I think you could do. I think him bring all those guys back. Bring back the Biden guy. You could do an awesome angle. The Elite versus.
Well,
bring back Colt. He could.
I don't think he's coming back to AEW. I think.
I don't think so either. But I would. I mean, I guess they're not going to do it. But I would just sit them down, say, "Be men and do this. You can make a lot of money. It would be good for TV."
Yeah, I don't think he cares about that. I think now. I don't know if he would ever be willing to go back with WWE, or whether Triple H would want to work with him, because they don't necessarily see eye to eye. I think Triple H might, maybe, but
I mean, a lot of people thought you just never see him wrestling ever again. I mean, it was 7 years.
But that CM Punk chant, I definitely think that might make him want to come back and prove himself. He could
come out and be an amazing heel. I mean, he's one of the best heels that's ever been around.
You can team with Cody.
We don't know what's in the agreement with AEW. We don't know.
As far as I mean,
whether he could. People are acting like he's just going to come back in a few months.
A buyout doesn't. So if they have to pay his full contract for the buyout, why even do that? Just keep paying him, and then he couldn't go to WWE even if you wanted to. If it's going to cost the same amount of money.
Well, it could have been
going to go back to Triple H.
what's up?
Interest getting invaded.
Interest like the NWO.
What
This is
fuck?
strange.
Is CM Punk taking over?
OIB full life.
I've never seen that before. I think there might be a short in my.
I think he's practicing to, oh man, I've been disconnected.
No, actually not. No.
What, Nikhil Callahan's questions?
Oh boy,
breaking up here.
He's going in the tunnel.
Let's go around the horn and see what people are into, and sure, then we'll. Goosey, what's on your mind?
So Jack's favorite WWE wrestler made his NXT debut tonight.
Johnny Swinger.
They've been promoting something called Script in this. I don't know, and it's this promos for a couple of weeks, and it turns out it's the debuting Reggie.
Who?
Oh,
Rodney. Yeah,
Rodney.
Exactly.
Rodney Mack
under a
Rodney from the Mean Street Posse.
Yeah,
He's back.
Yeah.
They couldn't even get fucking the
Joey
main guy,
Abs.
Joey Abs. They're gonna get fucking Rodney. Whatever
Some
happened to
guy.
Rodney? I need Rodney on In Your Head.
Get him back.
I can finally retire if we get the big Rodney interview. So Reggie, who honestly I don't know who. I'm not being facetious. I don't know who the hell Reggie is.
Remember the guy that was running around with Dana Brooke,
And Nia Jax.
trying to marry her and shit?
Oh, he's on Impact now?
No, he's on
Impact.
NXT.
Oh,
Impact. What the fuck?
NXT.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you go.
He might as well be on Impact at this point. Under the name Script, SCRYPT.
Damn, this sounds like some must miss TV.
Apparently,
Can't miss or something.
Must miss.
must miss
I
TV.
think I need to see it.
Yeah. So yeah, that happened.
Patrick Hall's in the chat. He says hello.
What's up, Patrick?
I'm gonna
Al?
try to get his woman on here. I'll message her. All right. Jones! Jibbity Jones!
Jobs is in Austin.
Uh-oh. Did he leave already?
Got scared.
There he is.
There he
I'm not scared of shit.
is. that
Oh my
Jones or
goodness.
is that Braun Strowman?
Floppy floppers.
At least you said I didn't look like a song man. You said that before. So thank you.
Mhm, mhm.
Hey, I didn't know if you guys talked about it or not, but a little interesting tidbit. The guy who's narrating the Malachi Black vignettes, it's Doug Bradley.
Really?
Oh, I
Yeah.
did not know
That's
that.
pretty wild. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Uh,
I thought that was kind of cool.
that is cool. People don't know Doug Bradley lives in Pennsylvania. And he was for a while he was working for
Are you doxing Doug Bradley?
Oh,
well, I think a lot of people think he lives in England, but he moved to the States to do the conventions and stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
I know where he lives. I won't say exactly.
Yeah.
give us an address.
But he was
Pinhead-
working with an
Pinhead
indie
might
wrestling
visit
company
it.
for a while. And I actually have the shirt. It's a 4X, so it's way too big, but I should sell it. Maybe it's worth some. And he was doing a gimmick, the preacher.
Mhm.
And he was this evil, manager, the preacher, Doug Bradley. So I remember asking him about it. But I had him on Without Your Head the second time. And he had talked about growing up, like watching like Big Daddy. Like he's not necessarily a huge wrestling fan, but he knew of wrestling when he was a kid.
Yeah.
Like the big guys in England. So that's interesting. There's a connection though.
Mhm. Mhm.
So I think it's kind of fascinating that like CM Punk went from like the most beloved figure in the history of wrestling to the most hated figure in wrestling in a little over a
But
year.
I think it really depends what crowd you're in, though. I think we've seen a
I
taste
think
of.
I'm in the minority
elite
'cause
crowd.
I'm pro Punk.
No, I mean you're probably. I mean the Cornette crowd. I would say they're definitely pro Punk.
Well, I don't know because I see some of our group who Cornette's like their messiah. They also like despise Punk with a passion. So it's kind of weird.
I
Yeah.
can't be pro Punk because I share a bank account with my mother.
Oh,
So
Joe,
I actually have multiple bank accounts, and one of them is with my mom too. So.
Jack.
Wow. So that says something about you two.
Yeah, see there it is, the preacher.
The preacher.
do you think
Super chat me $100 and I'll send you that shirt. I'm just saying 100 because I don't know, maybe it's worth something.
so? Do you think that Punk was the problem?
No,
No, Marina Shafir is a problem.
no, I don't. I think
I-
I think there's a personality conflict that is the problem.
I think definitely I don't think Hangman Page should have did what he did. And I think Punk probably could have been a little more professional and just said, well, I got an issue with this guy. I'm just going to
I don't
forget
think
about it
I'll-
and just go on and, think about the bigger picture and just, Not
So
try to
I'll play
ruin the
devil's
company.
advocate. What Hangman Page said in his promo probably went over the head of most.
Yeah, but
I didn't
I think
understand it.
people fixate on that one thing, and I don't think that's the one issue. I think it's a big issue. That's one part of a big issue.
I think
if it was just that promo, I don't think it really would have went anywhere because he did the match at the pay-per-view.
That's
problem.
what I'm saying, because if CM Punk never brought it back up, nobody really even knew what he was talking about.
I don't even think that's the big issue. I think that was a little bit of what we saw publicly of the bigger issue. And then what I think really is what was the biggest part of it. So I think they definitely had issues. I think it's a personality conflict stuff that came out that Punk was telling people to slower to calm down in the ring, save the big matches for the pay-per-views. He didn't like him playing video games during matches, all this stuff. So that's a conflict. I think the biggest thing though is when they started to tell the sheets, especially Meltzer, that Punk got Colt Cabana fired. And instead of, no one asked Punk about this, they just ran with it like it was known as a foregone conclusion. This is the narrative. This is what we're saying. And that made Punk mad because he's at home and he's seeing this. No one's asking him. And it makes him look like this guy who's, trying to get someone unemployed. And I think to me, that's the biggest issue of all of this was them feeding their own narrative to
but Meltzer has,
and then everyone reports that it's true.
But Meltzer said that he didn't get that info from the Elite.
I don't believe him. I think he got him from someone who's connected to the Elite.
He got it from the Elite. Fuck the Dave Meltzer.
I mean,
I don't think Meltzer's necessarily a dishonest guy, but I do think he's very easily influenced.
He got it from Michael Nakazawa.
I mean, honestly, he probably did get it from one of those guys who was with the Elite. So maybe the Matt Jackson personally didn't send it to him, but I'm sure that group did.
I think this is I've said it before. I think this is the first time that Dave Meltzer has ever had the top people in a wrestling company actually work with him. And I do think he is a bit charmed by that. And he liked the guys before AEW even started.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean,
the idea that he's actually on the payroll, I think, is just silly because if you paid attention, these are the kind of matches he's always liked. And other people have done this, though, to a smaller degree. Conan's done it. He's talked about it, where you'd send stuff to Meltzer, putting yourself over, your buddies over, or saying a match is 5 stars and he would put it over, or he would say it. Because these guys are like his stooges and he's very trusting. And so he would just run with stories people would tell him. I mean, I know Conan and Raven have talked about how you could influence, especially, I think even now it's beneficial to people if he puts your match over. But in the 90s during like tape trading, it was really big. If like, oh shit, this has a 5-star match, I'm going to go buy this tape because you had no way of seeing it otherwise.
So another big thing that they're saying that Punk had issue with was people like he would give advice and people wouldn't take his advice or wouldn't listen to his advice. Now I'm going to play devil's advocate again. Like let's say you're in the locker room. Punk comes up to you and says, I want to talk to you about your match. I want to give you some advice. Your response is like, well, listen to the crowd. Like, listen to the crowd, how the crowd just reacted. I don't need your advice. Like, the crowd went ballistic for the match I just had, so I don't need your advice.
I think all that stuff is somewhere in the middle somewhere. I would go more with Punk, but so like back in the 80s, people would tell the Midnight Express, not to do all these high spots and stuff. So I think you'd have to listen to the people before you to some degree for a foundation in wrestling, but you also have to know things evolve and you can't wrestle like someone did in the 70s and the 80s. You can't wrestle like people did in the 90s today. So but you also can learn a lot from people before you. So I think there's a way to not just be like, fuck you, I don't listen to advice at all. or say, okay, I'm gonna listen to this and take what I think I could, use in my own wrestling. That's why when he came in, when Daniel Bryan came in, when Fish came in, when guys like that came in, I was really happy because I said on the show that they were guys who worked the older style, but also could work like new style. And I thought it would be beneficial to younger guys to work with them. Dustin Rhodes, the same way. I think if you work with those guys, you could kind of learn the foundation of old school wrestling, but you still have to work today's wrestling. You can't go out there and wrestle like they did in the mid 90s.
I think the truth lies somewhere in the middle. I think that, I don't think that, I think that, it's known that Punk is a passionate guy.
Yeah.
And
I think in his mind, everything he was trying to do was he wasn't trying to, screw anybody. It was what he thought was his view of what wrestling should be.
And for better or worse, Punk is a difficult guy to work with. And I mean, and by that, I mean, he's difficult to work with, but that's because he's so passionate about what he does.
I think anyone who's succeeded on the top level is, yeah.
So I think
especially someone like him who had so many negatives towards him, because when he was starting to rise, I mean, you didn't see guys his like physique, like as main event guys in WWE. So he had to have everyone like saying this guy can't make it. So you had to really fight for yourself, or else he wouldn't have ever got to the position he did.
Right. So I think that while I don't really side with Punk, but I also don't side with the Elite. I think that it's, like I said, I think that it lies somewhere in the middle. I'm a Punk fan. I think that it could have, I guess it could have been handled better by both sides.
Yeah.
I think that it's a personality conflict.
Absolutely. I think it is a personality conflict.
I mean, if I had to say someone, handled it the worst way, I would say Punk probably did handle it the worst way, because he wasn't willing to talk, and he stood up and he punched the guy.
Well, how do you know he wasn't? I mean,
because it's been confirmed by both sides that he punched him.
Yeah, at that day.
So he brought it to a physical.
This didn't happen This didn't happen in one day. This happened over like 6 months.
Oh yeah. So, and then the press conference where he's sitting there talking about his coworkers in front of everybody.
He's not talking about his coworkers. He's not talking about his coworkers. He's talking about his bosses.
His bosses, yes. I mean, you can do that privately.
I personally love that. I think it was the best thing that could have happened.
Was it entertaining? Yes, wholeheartedly.
And again, they Hangman started it. He did it first on live TV, not on a press thing where everyone's out of character and talking openly. So I think that was actually worse.
That's the thing, though. If he would never have brought it up, nobody. I didn't have a clue what.
Yeah, but he knows. He knew.
He knew.
And also, I don't think that was the main thing. That's kind of the start of.
I'll just do what I'm doing. If you just forgot about it,
and then
screw him.
I honestly think telling this stuff to Meltzer is very conniving. It's a very Weasley thing.
Well, how can we have a problem with that? Because we eat up all the information that Meltzer gives us.
I know. Fuck Dave Meltzer.
That's why it worked.
Jonathan Jackson.
That's exactly why it worked. Because they knew if it goes out through him, probably 85-90% of the news you read on wrestling websites is originally from Meltzer, then it's rewritten and stuff. And so they knew if that story, if Meltzer puts out that story, most people are going to run with it.
Yeah.
PW Insider said it's, that the stuff that he was saying wasn't true.
So, I mean, two could play that game. Why doesn't Punk stooge off?
Because why stooge to someone to go behind people's back?
Because
then I'm gonna say it out of my own mouth. I respect that way more.
Everybody, and then it turns into something like this.
He's abrasive and all that stuff. I personally respect someone who would just go out and say it out of their own mouth to everybody. I respect that way more than someone who's going to go behind backs and tell people and get this out on the internet.
I
Me,
really
that's
like.
much more manly to do.
I really like how Punk was like, "If you got a problem with me, say it to my face," and they went and said it to his face, and he punched them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
How dare they be violent in a
a
violent sport?
professional. You gotta have some professional decorum, though. You can't just sit
So
there and talk about your bosses like that in a press conference as it's being broadcast.
wrestling is not the normal.
I
It's
mean-
not like
I
an
mean-
accountant or something.
I'll be honest, it was hilarious. Like it was entertaining as hell. Like he was,
Oh yeah, definitely.
like he cucked Tony Khan with Tony Khan sitting right next to him.
That was bad too. I mean, poor Tony.
But like, I mean, I get it. Like, you know, Punk is the real life Stone Cold Steve Austin. because he's doing it for real,
Well,
you know.
And he could do it. You know,
I mean, I think
he wasn't dying to be there. It
I
wasn't
think
his
just that alone shows some of like his ego, because he's sitting there with the guy who owns the company. He's a big part of the Jaguars and everything else, and he is just like shutting him up. He was like, he's just like,
You're
no,
making
Tony,
me even more.
you don't
pro
have
Punk.
to do that
This is
when
not-
he's the guy who created
This is
the whole
not
fucking
making me
thing.
take the elite side.
You're
This-
failing to
so-
realize
more
too
pro
is that CM Punk is doing Tony Khan a favor. He didn't really want to come back to wrestle at all. So
And
Like,
I
yeah.
think to be successful, especially
he
in
had
wrestling,
to want it to do it somewhat. I mean,
mean,
if you don't want to do it, no money figure will make you do
Oh,
it.
I don't think he did it. I mean, obviously, money is good, but I mean, he said the last thing that made him go and do it was when Brody Lee was dying, and they didn't go and tell everybody.
Mhm.
You know, that made him. And I think that's part of another thing that probably led to him being so mad about them going to telling Meltzer, is he thought this was a company that didn't do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
you were talking about his ego. I'll say that, you know, I think to be successful in wrestling, you have to have a bit of an ego.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree with that.
And I believe that like his ego is justified. I mean he sold out an arena on the rumor that he would be there. So like that's, you know, I mean, like he's easily the biggest star of the last decade. But you know, and I think a lot of that has to do with he is kind of a martyr. You know, he's not afraid to buck the system and speak his mind, and that's refreshing, especially in, you know, the wrestling business, because everybody just goes, you know, everybody talks shit about McMahon, but in the end they just go back and kiss his ass, and that's not who Punk is.
Yeah.
So
that's what I like about him, and that's what I always like about him.
and I think he's like, maybe he and Savage are the only two people in the business to ever do that. So
Yeah. Maybe Dr. D. David Schultz, I guess. But he more is just blackballed, probably.
Yeah, he was just kind of blackballed, I think. But
Yeah, Warrior did. Warrior came back.
they all come back.
Yeah.
Back.
yeah, it's just
I
I mean, in the Ultimate
Go get my
Warriors
Punk
case,
shirt.
I think it was because they were honoring him, and I think he had a lot of stipulations, and he still wanted to like put Vince over very strong. He was all about Linda for some reason.
had nothing to do with that. I bet what they did is they just backed up the Brinks truck at his house, and he was like, "Yeah, I'll come back." I mean, he came back.
I don't think
Bru-
Warrior is a passionate guy at all about wrestling. I don't think he could give two shits about it.
No.
Bruno came back.
That
Bret
one was
Hart.
surprising.
Bret Hart came back, and they killed his brother. Like, I mean,
Yeah, that's
they all come back.
I think Triple H might not want to bring CM Punk back. I mean, in a way, I think he has issues with him.
yeah. If they genuinely, I think him and Shawn Michaels always did,
Yeah,
and that's like the guys running the company now. So
pretty
it'd be-
much.
I mean, I'll be honest. I'd be interested. I'd watch it. I don't watch it now, and it would get me at least to watch the show, at least one show, if I knew Punk was on it.
I definitely don't think he wants to leave it with the fans saying "fuck CM Punk," and I mean, But we'll have to see how the fans react in different areas.
Yeah,
I think if
it's
they
just
were
that
in
crowd.
Chicago, yeah, it might have been
Well, it's
different.
hard to get people
Because yeah, certain crowds, like even Jack brought it up, like they were booing Mox and MGF for some stupid ass reason.
That's
So
true too. Yeah.
it just depends on where you're at, because some people just don't get it.
Mhm. But yeah. The whole Punk, the Colt Cabana thing facing Chris Jericho and everybody saying like, that was kind of like a slap in the face to Punk or whatever. But I think if anything legally would come up, that's kind of a trap. I think.
I think it
Like-
was. I think that was purposely done on that day, because that was the day they said that like it was news was out there, like he was getting out of his contract, and then they decided to bring Colt Cabana out on TV.
Mhm.
I actually
Yeah.
don't think it was because they said it made things worse with Punk.
If that's the case, they said like he never tried to get Colt Cabana fired.
Yeah, I'm gonna disagree.
Why would he have an issue with them bringing a contracted wrestler?
Completely disagree with
having a
you
ma-
saying
I
that.
think that no, listen to me. I'm
I
saying
know, but
that's
I'm-
what
I'm
they're
not-
that's the trap that they set
Oh, right.
was
That's why I think
if he comes and has a problem with it and tries to go legally, then they're going to say, well, look, you said you were never trying to get rid of him, but
Well,
now
no,
you have an issue.
no, because they asked Tony Khan straight up if he did, and he said no. He said Punk never asked anything about Colt not to be, so they can't play that. I think it was not a trap for legal consideration. I think it was a trap for fans' eyes, because it's like, oh, well, why would he care if this guy's back? It
That
was
too.
just kind of done to be like, oh, see, he's back now that the Punk is gone. So that proved. I remember Meltzer just outright said this, that proves that he did have a problem all along with Colt Cabana. I don't think it proves anything. It just proves that they had him out there. I think it was done purposely to show, to kind of put that in simple people's minds, like, oh, well, clearly he had an issue with this guy. Now he's back the very week that they say he's out of the contract.
I think it was kind of a slap in the face to Punk. It was kind of them saying, "Hey, this is who we're with. This is like Tony Khan and AEW putting it out to the fans. Hey, this is who we're hitching our wagon to."
And then he just friggin' lost anyway, and you never seen him since. So what the hell is the point of it?
Yeah, we have.
It wasn't like they're like, "Oh shit, this we're gonna rebuild this guy."
But speaking of Colt Cabana, like I feel the worst for him in this whole situation, because like CM Punk kind of like dug his claws into Colt Cabana during that scrum, and
I'll say that was the only stuff that I like. I agreed with almost everything he's saying, and I like someone who's just standing up to authority. I like that. That's the kind of stuff I would like to do myself. So, but the cheap shots at Colt, I think, were not needed.
According to, I know Jack is a big believer of not watching the fucking internet stuff, but Cabana's back in AEW according to Being the Elite.
I watched the current episode of Being the Elite that they released yesterday.
I mean, they put it out there that the guy was never in AEW after Punk came in. That's not true. I said on the show, and I went and looked up the dates and put it on the group, and Colt was on TV for months after Punk was there.
Mm-hmm.
He had a big Dynamite match like 3 or 4 months after Punk was on against Bryan Danielson, who didn't come into the company until after Punk was there. The guy he's never used well at all in AEW. He was just a random dude in the Dark Order.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was only kept around because everybody likes him. So
pretty much.
And Tony Khan, when they just straight up asked him, he said Punk never asked them to fire him, never asked him to send him to Ring of Honor. He just thought it made sense for him to go to Ring of Honor to help be an agent or trainer, whatever their word is for it.
Mm-hmm.
And since he has, connection to the company.
Yeah.
I do think, I will say this, I think Tony should have been more upfront with all of that when the stuff started to come out that Punk was involved and Colt not being on TV.
I mean, again, I think Like, just turn it into a fucking angle.
I'm totally
like
for it.
it will be the biggest angle in the past
I would
20
love it.
years. Like, it would be like, turn it into an angle. Like, everybody in, like, I think that if you turn it into an angle, you could draw viewers from WWE.
Oh yeah, you could draw, because you can't make people believe the matches are real. No one's gonna, but people already believe that these guys hate each other, and if you have that brings interest.
I mean, I think, like, I think say that they've got this trios tournament going on, like the elite win, and then like at the end of a Dynamite, you have like CM Punk just come from behind and just like glom one of them in the back of the head, like
There's a
huge
lot of
heat.
stuff. Yeah, there's a lot. I would
Like,
love it. I had said I don't think it would be wise to do now because they're really over as baby faces. But if they would have got heel reactions and they would have come out and just said, your favorite guy's not here anymore because of us, and then like people would hate that, and then eventually he comes back, but I don't know if he's going to be the beloved guy if he comes back.
Yeah, it depends on the crowd. They might have cheered like, yeah.
I mean, go with, I'm on the fence about the idea of this. No heels, baby faces kind of thing. It doesn't work unless it works, I guess. But like kind of going with the Bret Hart stuff when he was a big baby face in Canada, it would take some, we're not going to make someone the clear baby face of the heel and let it up to the audience. I think in a rare cases it can possibly work, and I think this would be one that it could work. Where you leave it up wherever they are, however they react to Punk or the elite guys. That's who's the heel in that.
Yeah, depending on the town, because Punk did it a couple of times where the town would boo him and he just go full heel. Yeah. So if they can play
some guys
are
good at that, some guys aren't. Moxley's good at running with it if they start booing him.
Yeah, he kind of did it on the pay-per-view.
Yeah.
But I think that Punk is too passionate to let that happen. I don't think
I agree, but I do think that's one fault, because I think if he's an old school wrestler, lots of old school wrestlers worked with people that they hated if they knew it would be good for business.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's work. You don't like all of your coworkers, but you have to work with them. So, I mean, Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart hated each other, but they worked together.
Right. But I mean, the big thing is he doesn't need the. So if you don't need, they always say that about the King, like Jerry Lawler didn't need the job with WWE, so he didn't take like shit from Vince, and then Vince left him alone, which was kind of weird. So if he doesn't really need the job with AEW, he's probably just not going to come back.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, again,
I would like to see it, and I think it's the right thing to do. But I think it's a manly thing to do.
I think that it would be the biggest business that AEW has ever done. Biggest, and like I said, probably the biggest angle in the past, wrestling angle, including WWE in the past 20 years. Like it could be huge.
Yeah, I would love it.
It's a neat idea to think about, but I think you were right when you said I don't think CM Punk will bring himself to do that, because he's But anyways. The Glogo 13 in the chat room. He says, "Bring in Ace Steel.
I
would
bring all the players involved. Ace Steel, Colt, bring them all in.
Larry the dog.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Danhausen brings out his teeth in the jar.
Oh man,
the dog's teeth.
Could they just
Punk eating a taco and he's like, guess who that is?
We know Punk probably won't do it, but can they like make a fake CM Punk, like a fake Razor, and bring him in?
And the chick who made the muffins that he was eating at the press conference.
Yeah. Pretty sure they don't own the name.
Yeah, they don't own the name CM Punk, unfortunately.
But he can't wrestle for a while here, so maybe he'll just keep low and make us all think he's gone, and maybe he'll pop up. We'll find out, I guess. I don't foresee it happening, but I would like to see it.
Maybe he'll pop up in GCW.
Uh-oh. You're going to get Lexar's eye. He was sleeping, but his eyes lit up when he heard GCW. He looks like I see hate in his eyes, actually.
Oh, man.
Yeah, they could bring in like CM Runt
Oh
You
god.
could bring in CP Monk.
Who would play the fake CM
Yeah.
Punk?
I don't know. We'll have to think about that one. But I'm sure there's
Can
plenty
anyone
of
really
guys.
pull it off? Like,
Well, I mean, they
Cool.
like
Cole
A-
Carter, he did a hell of a sting.
yeah, then
They
he's
could be-
just back to being another job dude.
speak Kip Sabian. I mean, what he's not
Oh,
doing anything.
God, fuck that guy.
Oh boy.
Just bringing Kenta Kobayashi. Like he stole his finish anyway. So
The Japanese.
If you just
CM
want to
Punk.
take a boat anchor and just throw it at a gimmick, I think you got Kit Sabian for that. Just fucking just drag this thing down where nobody wants to see it. There you go, Kip Sabian.
I love that
Thank you.
guy.
Yeah,
No,
he has changed the channel heat with me. Like I can't
I
I don't want to see.
I don't know what they see in him. There's a few guys. I know some people will disagree with me, but what's that? What's the guy with the firm? Well, the whole firm group really.
Ethan Page.
Ethan Page. I don't understand what they see in this guy. Could not care less about him.
He's all ego.
And
there,
Hathaway
Jack.
too. I think this guy sucks, and he's like in multiple segments every week. And
you're gonna
Yeah.
accuse me of being a cornet puppet, but they're all friends. That's the reason why.
Yeah.
My wife
Yeah.
was watching Dynamite with me on Wednesday, and Stokely Hathaway came out, and she was like, "Is this motherfucker wearing a cardigan on a wrestling
yeah,
show?"
what is with that? Good Lord, Regal's a big step up. I'm glad MGF didn't get stuck with Hathaway. You
Very
can
true.
get rid of. I like the gun kids, but that whole group you can just kick.
There's a lot of people in AEW that they could honestly get rid of, and the firm being that whole faction. What is it?
Ron Spears is just man.
The factory, they can go away as well.
I think the factory, like on the pay-per-view, they were done well. They're like an opening match team that lost to the, but like besides that, like yeah, I don't really.
You don't like QT Marshall.
QT Marshall is a guilty pleasure, man. I get a kick out of him. But do I think he's like oh shit, you have to have him on TV? No. I think a lot of them you don't need on TV. I don't necessarily, you have to have a roster you could have these guys on Dark, and maybe if you see potential in a guy, like, well, maybe he'll show, he'll show something down the road. We'll keep him.
And get rid
I
of
think
the
QT Marshall
wingmen.
actually does stuff behind the scenes and things.
I
Like
say
that.
they already do that. That's why they're all on Dark. It's like with records of like
But they're also on
0 and
Rampage.
72.
They're on Rampage every week too, though. I will say, QT Marshall got a lot of heat on that Dark taping I was at. They even got a asshole chant. I was like, good Lord, I've never seen QT Marshall so over. It's pretty awesome.
I like
QT.
They're kind of like coasting on Cody's fumes, and Cody's not even with the company anymore.
And the caveman dude, now he wore, like, when I saw him, he had a purple fedora and chains. And it wasn't really Godfather. It was more like Scott Hall when he was like with DDP.
And they just
They
throw
had
some-
alcoholic.
The Diamond Stud.
He was
They
like
just-
Diamond Stud. Like, I don't know.
Before he walks out, they just throw some clothes at him and he just puts them on.
I
He's
think
like,
that
"All
guy's got a lot of potential. I don't know if a caveman gimmick would get over in modern day. It's probably more 80s, but he looks like a caveman.
He could be the new Berserker, man.
Yeah, you could do something with that guy though. A lot of the guys there now, but
He's got a good look. Like, there's a bunch of people in AEW that have like a great look who they don't like. I think the Butcher has a great look.
yeah, I do too.
Like, and they don't do anything with him. Like, he looks awesome, and like, I don't get it. But
Yeah,
they'll.
that's a group I like both guys really. But yeah, they
Blade.
never. I don't know. I think at this point it's probably too late to really do something with them. But I think if you would have brought him in, that was a group. Those two guys, I remember. It's been an ongoing thing with AEW because they came out and attacked Cody, and they acted like everyone knew who the hell they were. And I was like, who the fuck are these two guys? I never seen them before. And they acted like everyone. Oh shit! It's Butcher and Blade. Who do they work for? And I was
Butcher, I did not know, but Blade I knew from Impact. So
One thing that I heavily criticize AEW about is one week somebody will be main eventing a Dynamite, and I've never heard of them before, and they've never been on AEW TV before.
Yeah. That's
So
the issue. Yeah.
And then next week you don't hear from them again.
yeah, they're
that's-
never yeah.
The consistency, that, and you can easily make these small vignettes, which I'm going to start doing here on In Your Head. I want to have heady. This is an idea, all right, for people out there. Headyverse vignettes, and I'm putting it out for the Headyverse to make them because I don't have time to do them. So you make a vignette of yourself or a favorite Zoomer. So it could be Jobs, it could be Steven, Lexar, Jonathan Jackson, Goosey, Vic, Songman, whoever it is, someone from the past, maybe Swax. You want to see Swax return. Make a vignette. It could be short, it could be 10 seconds, it could be like a minute at the most, I think. Have fun with it. Don't use licensed music, please. I'll put on somewhere, but I can't show it on the live show. And we'll show these on the show. I think it'll be fun, and we'll find some kind of prize to give out for the best one.
Kind of reminiscent of the Carol Crockett Cup.
Exactly. I think these would be fun. And then it will get the Zoomers over to the new audience center when these all get back up on Spotify.
Yeah, we're practicing what we preach here on the show.
So while I was away, Spotify added 2 ads to the Without Your Head podcast.
Yeah.
And I won't go into details, but it's doing pretty good. So that's why if anyone's wondering, holy shit, Jack's putting up all these old episodes of Without Your Head. So I was like, got these ads. Let's start putting 2006, 2007. I got years to put out there. So once I'm done with that, I'm gonna work on the In Your Head ones. They take much longer to do because they're very long episodes. An hour interviews, not so hard to put up. 6-hour video show. It takes a long time, but we will get those up here in the near future. So and hopefully Spotify will be like, hell yeah, we got to put some ads on this too.
Mm-hmm.
According to the internet, by the way, because I won't say why, but I was looking up about like hits and stuff, and according to the internet, it said that I have like 50 employees of Without Your Head. I don't know who these people are, and that Without Your Head brings in $1 to $2 million $2 million revenue a year.
Oh man!
So I found out I'm a fucking millionaire on the internet.
Wow!
Wow!
Fat Cat Jones.
Yeah. Pretty awesome.
$2 million.
Yeah. The Spotify ads were not that good.
Do you just take that to the casino and just drop it in the slot machines?
All in red.
How else can you afford to make all these movies?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right. By the way, if you are in Corpus Christi, South Texas, you can see my movies. We'll be playing South Texas Underground Film Festival, and then early December they'll be playing at New York Horror Festival in New York City. And if you're in South Africa, I know we're huge in South Africa. We'll be playing the South Africa Independent Film Festival.
Hey, have you guys talked about the?
Yes.
Have you guys talked about the new NWA champion yet?
Oh God, I know. Lex
talked about him a little bit last week.
Or not Taurus. What the fuck's his name?
Tyrus.
Whenever,
so I see a lot on the internet. People they'll be like, "This is a great move because he's on Fox News. It's going to bring in all these people." Like, I get that mentality to a degree, but there's a lot wrong with it. First of all, it's not, NWA's not on TV.
Yeah, what are they begging for? YouTube clicks?
So yeah, they'd have to go and watch YouTube to find the show. I don't really foresee
the Fox News viewer looking for professional wrestling
and he's been on there anyway. So if they were interested, they'd be watching it at this point in time anyway. Let's be honest. If the guy was on any political show, you're also going to turn off half your viewers. If he was on CNN or Fox News, half the people that might be interested, then there's the other half that will be like, well, I don't want to watch that anymore. And the guy sucks. So that's another thing.
From what I hear, though, they don't have like very many like viewers at all. So I guess if they get one side, I guess it would be something.
If they did, but do you really think
Yeah.
that the Fox? Your mom watches the show, right?
No,
Does she like? Oh shit! I gotta go watch this on YouTube now. I gotta go watch Power.
No.
I'm pretty sure that's the most people who watch it are thinking.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Pretty sure nobody who's looking for Donald Trump election coverage is I gotta go watch some wrestling, boy.
Yeah, and like and the NWA isn't it built around it's like studio wrestling from like the 70s? Like it's a really niche audience. Like, and then I heard Billy Corgan's talking like he wants to make this like this real mainstream wrestling, which is nice in theory, but it's so far from a mainstream show. It's this weird internet show that's like reminiscent to 70s, studio wrestling. Like it's not this mainstream product. And when you do have these NWA fans, like their concept of wrestling is the polar opposite of like we want to put the title on a guy because he's on like TV. That's like not what like an old NWA fan would want to watch. They want to watch like a guy who's like a really good technical wrestler.
Well, they got to try something. I mean, they're putting money out to make these programs. So I mean, this is their Hail Mary.
I try something, but I'm saying for all the reasons I think it's horrible.
I mean, they really ain't got many cards to play because they're just like they really ain't got nothing.
I think Tyrus just paid
the money.
I think he just paid the 25,000 deposit. That's all.
Probably. We heard before, even after that, where people just straight up paid to get title runs. There was the Sheik. Remember that guy? Was he just called the straight up Sheik? You never saw him before after his NWA title run, and I heard that he was. I don't know if we're supposed to say, but people told us like he paid up like $35,000 just to have the title run.
Yeah.
Like there was a group of guys you can look up whoever had the belt. And from what I understand, they just straight up paid to have the title.
Yeah. Man.
Everybody's
Remember that guy? We saw it was this really outdated gimmick. We'd see him at FanFest. He'd be out there and he'd be like praying to Allah, like trying to get like this heel heat. But it was at this time where like people just kind of felt awkward booing the guy because he's praying that so just kind of people just kind of sat around like, okay, I don't know, like didn't really get cheers or boos. It's just like people just kind of sat there.
Yeah, it was a weird gimmick.
Yeah,
for the time.
I've been reading the reviews of the new Teddy Hart documentary, and people are like, I didn't realize he was that crazy, and I thought it was pretty common knowledge that he's just batshit insane.
Yeah. I saw they posted this in the group. I am interested in watching it. I always liked Teddy Hart. I don't know why. I mean, honestly, I've seen like 2 matches of his, but I always like him if I heard him. I used to talk to him once in a while. Like, I'm not saying I'm best buddies, but I used to talk to him once in a while on the phone.
Yeah.
I talked to his dad a few times.
This documentary is about his missing girlfriend.
Yeah. Is this like a Tiger King kind of thing? Like they're trying to make a new like shocking.
Yeah, it has Tiger King vibes, hardcore. Yeah.
Okay. That's kind of what I figured where they're going. But like Teddy, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of crazy shit out there about him, and I mean, I'm sure some stuff is true and some stuff isn't, but who knows? I mean, this is just, I'll watch it, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the hell it's all about. And we've interviewed the man, so let's see it.
It is streaming on Peacock right now.
Peacock.
On the cock.
Can't not watch Peacock.
The cat.
All right. What's on your mind, Jonathan Jackson?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, well, good hearing from you, Jonathan Jackson.
Mindless. Not mindless, just the blank mind.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I'm making a last ditch run here to get the ass. What did I say? The ass to my pounding as the nickname of the year. That's interesting new nickname I gave him.
Yeah, that's all right. We don't need to do that.
Non-headies. By the way, up soon we'll be putting up the headies ballot. Headies.
Well, we know Lexar's got like a list of questions, so maybe we better get the other people before we get to Lexar.
All right, Vic,
I know
what's on
he's
your
getting
mind,
tired.
buddy?
We got to get everybody.
Good questions. I'm not putting up with stupid bullshit like do you wipe your ass like left to right or up and down? You watch fucking The View or
that's funny coming out of you.
Your favorite memory of Judge Wapner.
I mean, you ask those questions all the time to me.
What? I've never watched The View in my life.
No, or like you ask like stupid questions to me like almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, what's your favorite chicken nugget dipping sauce?
He'd be all over that. If you ask him that, you'll be talking to him for hours.
No, you did ask him that, and he said ketchup, and you were so offended by his response.
See, there's no stupid questions. There's just stupid answers.
Oh man, ketchup's not a stupid answer.
You see,
Fuck
Jonathan
the ketchup.
Jackson's very,
I'm not
pro-ketchup.
but you don't dip chicken nuggets in ketchup.
You dip everything in chicken nuggets. I mean,
you know what
ketchup.
though? I'm gonna be honest. My mom dips her fried shrimp in ketchup.
There you go.
She didn't like cocktail sauce.
Yeah, I like ketchup. There's a lot of people who put ketchup on fried fish as well. Or yeah, it's good.
The fuck?
I put ketchup on my cocaine.
Stop being a hater, Jones. Stop being a hater.
I'm gonna bathe my my dong in ketchup.
That's what I'm talking about.
All over it.
Oh man.
Jeez, he's going back to his pervy days where he used to grab my leg.
I can't. You're too far away.
Just all his sexual advances. He's like Harvey Weinstein.
What do you mean go back? Has there ever been a time I've not? All right. Vic Schiavone. Hey, it's a spicy meatball. He's not putting ketchup on his spaghetti.
He should.
Got ketchup on my rigatoni here. Got ketchup on my gobbledygoo or whatever the fuck.
On my gabagoo. Put the ketchup on the gabagoo.
By the way, so I was at I was in the North End, which is basically Little Italy in Boston, and I've been trying to go to this cozy corner. It said it has the best omelet in all of Boston. Every time I go there, it's this little tiny place. It's way smaller. You can't see this room, and it's tiny. I think there was 20 seats, and that's like 10 tables. Maybe even smaller than that. It's very small. Every time I go there, it's this line down the street, so I can't get there. And it's next to Prince Street, which is the street that Prince Spaghetti is named after. Anyway, it's a very famous area. So anyway, when I was coming back from the casino the other week, it was 6 a.m. It's like it opened at 6. I think it was 5:30. I'm gonna go down here, and I finally got in to the cozy corner in the North End, and it was a great omelet. And it was a very cool experience. It was all regulars. There was one dude who owns it and cooks everything. An old dude came in. It was one young guy, mostly old people. This old dude came in. He sat down, didn't even order anything. The dude just came over, brought him his scrambled eggs and toast and tea. He just knew. There's a really old woman who reminded me of grandma. She's honestly was probably in her 90s. She was in the corner. There was an old blind dude outside, almost blind. And when I came in and he told the guy who ran the place, he's like, "Oh, see, I'm bringing you new customers." And he started rolling his eyes. He's like, "I hear this every day." This, and then there was a dude came in with a big bag of biscotti and was giving away free biscotti. And everyone would just walk behind the counter and get their own coffee. It was a very cool experience. And I felt right at home and I felt like a new regular. But they all told me you got to come before 7 a.m. or else the place is packed. So anyway, I thought of all this because Vic Schiavone is very Italian.
God, could we have just got to Vic?
Yeah. Thank you for that. Wait a nothing.
And so the omelet was they make their own sausage. That's why they say it's the best omelet in Boston.
Useless information.
Vic, please
Not
go,
useless
run with it,
information. The
Vic.
North End's a great
Cut
area
him
in
up,
Boston.
Vic.
And you put ketchup on
I
it.
don't
You
like
go
Yeah.
to Southie, it's all these drunk Irish people fighting and rowdy and assholes. But you go to where it's all the Italians, everyone's nice and friendly.
Listen to the racist here. Listen to the racist. My goodness.
Vic knows.
Anyway, big news in my part of the world.
Mhm.
The city,
See?
the Titans are trying to get the city of Nashville to build them a $2 billion enclosed stadium.
That's
And the
because they're
word-
so tall, they need a really big place.
Well, the word is if that happens, WrestleMania 43 in 2027 will be in Nashville.
Oh man.
Hot damn it, sure. We got to start saving up the
Nashville.
pesos. We got to
And-
get those Spotify ads a rolling.
Mhm, mhm.
About an hour from my house. So
We'll all stay at Vic's and we're all going to the WrestleMania.
Yeah, that'll work.
Petty
Nashville's
Con
not
at
too
Vic's.
far from me. Nashville's
yeah.
drivable. It's drivable. Heck yeah.
Patrick Howell says, I miss Geraldine's spicy accent.
Yeah, Nashville's also about an hour from me. So, but
Yeah.
I will never go to another WrestleMania because tickets go on sale before they announce the card. And the only WrestleMania that I've been in attendance at was the one that the Miz main evented. So I won't get burned twice.
Oh, man. I've been to
That's pretty
two
rough.
WrestleManias. One was main evented by Lawrence Taylor, which was fun, though, honestly. And the other one was Austin versus Michaels when he won the title. By the way, that reminds me, at that show, that was the last time for decades where people were selling bootleg shirts outside. It used to always be very common. I haven't seen for years. The last Dynamite I went to, I was very happy. There was dudes outside with garbage bags full of bootleg AEW shirts selling for $10.
Was it Earl Hebner selling the bootleg
It
shirts?
was not. It was different colored people, but they seemed.
Jesus
I
Christ.
if I didn't have to bring my backpack because you're not allowed to go into the
No.
They
the
were those
backpack.
rainbow people.
Or else I would have bought some bootleg shirts, $10.
Back
Better than
up, back up.
$45 in the arena.
He didn't want to get a cheap shirt from the Green Man. That's all.
Exactly. It's like, oh, shit.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Where's
man.
this thing where I just
You
Oh,
offended those
man.
colored people, Jack.
I am
Oh,
not
that
on
was
this podcast.
It was almost as bad as the time he said Austin Kong was going to have a monkey for a baby.
It's because a Kong is a giant ape-like creature, then a small one would be a monkey. It makes sense. It'd be like if I said Shark Boy had a baby minnow.
You know the movie Old Brother Where Art Thou, where everybody's throwing like eggs at Homer Stokes and they rot him out on the rail and they are. It's kind of like that scene right now. Right now.
Ah, all right.
Yeah, it's all good now. He said,
All forgiven. Now we're gonna get to Vic before we get to the. Not Vic. We did Vic.
Did we do Vic? Oh, we did do Vic. Yeah,
Oh.
he said.
Oh God.
WrestleMania 43.
Yeah, he said WrestleMania
Yes,
43.
WrestleManias have numbers again.
Who's going to
Triple
headline?
H is pro number.
Who do you think's going to headline WrestleMania 43? 5
Logan
years?
Paul.
Lesnar and Roman Reigns.
I was
for the
almost said
eighth
Austin
See-
Aries, but that's definitely not. Actually.
See, that alone should show you that Vince McMahon is done with WWE. That WrestleMania.
No
has
one,
come-
everyone knows this except for you. You're the only one who even brings up that he might still be with it.
No, I'm just telling everybody who still believes that. Like, there's some people out there that still.
Yeah, they're called
Vince
idiots.
Vince is somewhat involved.
It's gonna be Riddle versus Logan Paul WrestleMania.
There probably will be
47.
some influencer. Who will be the big influencer in 2043?
Could be you.
Oh,
Gavin McGinnis.
Mm. Oh,
It's going to be old Austin Theory versus Mr. Beast.
It's gonna be
They-
Crowder.
Gonna be Wang.
They should get Joe Camel.
Who? Joe
He used-
Camel?
Yeah, he used to
The
influence
mascot
everybody.
from
The camel
Smokes?
cigarettes.
He
I don't
used
think
to
they- I don't
influence everybody to smoke.
Yeah,
What is this? 1992?
why don't they get Panama Jack and the McDonald's like Moonhead guy as well?
They're all going on. I'm getting a sleeve of all food mascot
Mac
tattoos.
tonight.
Hell yeah.
All for the Kool-Aid man showed up.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You know that Joe Camel's not a real camel man.
What?
You know, camel people don't exist. Maybe they do. I don't know. Alex Jones probably thinks they do.
Of course they exist.
Yeah, they were outside of AEW selling bootleg shirts.
That's exactly.
Bro, Jesus Christ. Oh man, that's rough. Yeah, I also want
Go on,
also,
Jobs.
yeah, I just also wanted to mention that like the slightly offensive like Italian stereotype that you like impression that you did when you went to Vic. That was
I'm half Italian. I can get away with it. Hey, make the pizza pie.
turning into what Luigi Primo.
Yeah, he's gonna be on the show. I talked to him. He's gonna be on the show coming up. I'm very excited.
Is he gonna do the? Is he doing the interview in character?
I
It's
think
gonna
that's
be
just
flipping
him.
me
I
to
think
death.
that's
Oh,
a
that's
shoot.
just okay. Good.
The whole interview
Good.
is just to be tossing a pizza.
I tossed it up.
You think he would be down with some
No, he likes real pizza, not that bullshit.
Oh man.
Domino's.
Dominoes?
We haven't seen him on Dynamite. Last time he was there, he was just
I know.
inexplicably a heel for some reason.
I love this guy. I say more of this dude. I will admit, the heel, the troll in my heart does get. I do like that people get mad about him, but I think he's also very entertaining. All right, Steven, before we get to these bullshit questions from Lexar, and then we'll get to the Raw report, do you have anything on your mind?
Oh, geez. I'll have to go to bed if you're going to do Lexar's questions first.
Oh man, I didn't watch Raw. I can't do the Raw report without Steven.
All right, well, Lexar, ask just the 2 questions now, and then we'll go
How many
Raw
you
report,
got,
then we'll do the
Lexar?
rest of your questions.
Just 2.
He only's got 2. Okay.
But first, I want to talk about my my Rampage Full Gear experience. It was good. It was really
Hell
good.
yeah! Yeah!
yeah.
I told you to have a good time.
Mhm.
The guy sitting next to me was complaining about the dark matches being way too short.
I
And
told you.
yeah.
When I went to, I really loved the Dynamite show I went to, but the Rampage show I went to where it was 2 hours of dark and then an hour of Rampage, that show sucked. Well, I still had a good time, but it was bad for an AEW show.
I thought Rampage was excellent and Dark it is what it is. And Full Gear was excellent.
Yeah, Full Gear is awesome. I bet that was really
Yeah.
fun to be there live. There's
But I
such a,
got
the crowd's really into it. That
suspended.
really adds to it. What?
I got suspended by Facebook because of Fight TV because they flagged my.
Well,
live
That's
in-ring match.
unfortunate, but I do get, in their mind, you're bootlegging their pay-per-view.
And you showed your ding dong, but we won't talk about that.
Yeah. Ooh.
That was years ago.
But
Anyway,
he was there live and like it wasn't like he was recording the TV. It was like
I was there live. I was
yeah.
recording the in-ring stuff.
Like it wasn't like a whole match or anything, was it?
No, just one
Just a
video,
snip,
and
a
that's it.
snippet of it.
Yeah, and I showed Songman Saraya versus Britt Baker because he likes that match,
Oh,
and
you
I didn't
recorded the
get
whole
flagged for
match?
that. Just the Elite versus the Triangle.
Yeah, I think that's getting into a little shady territory if you record the whole match.
Yeah.
It's not the whole match. It's just like the brief 20 seconds.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Say 20 minutes.
Very brief 20-minute match.
20 seconds. All right, I'm with you. I'm with you, Alexa. I think you're fine. I mean, I remember back in the day you couldn't take video at all. But
Yeah,
I'm
they'd
old
kill
man.
you.
But I think that should be fine in today's day and age. Everyone takes little videos and pictures.
Post them up on Twitter, on the online social media.
You should
Lexar does not listen when people say do not record or.
Yeah,
but I don't
take
think they even
pictures.
say
He's
that
like,
anymore.
fuck that. Lexar takes video and pictures whenever he wants.
I got kicked out of that one time.
Oh man. But she came back and they didn't
True
say
story.
shit.
You're muted, Jobs, if you're trying to say something. He looked like he was saying something.
You had a good time? Did you get any lap dances or anything?
At the show.
That's for the strip club.
Did you do any Lexaring?
I think my days of Lexaring female wrestling fans is slowly coming to an end.
Now it's men?
Oh,
And
oh.
All right. Well, that's
it's
good.
about to be over. And
You don't want to be just this filthy, dirty
at strip
pervert.
clubs.
Yeah. One day you'll marry a wholesome stripper and you'll be happy.
As a wrestling fan, I hope to.
So you
Wholesome
want to
stripper.
marry a wholesome stripper wrestling fan? All right. And if there's any out there, send me a message. I'll get you in contact with the Lexa.
He can put you through college.
Hell yeah.
All right, now on to just two questions. Now,
And you can ask more after the Raw report too.
no, I'm not gonna stick around for a while.
Well, then
because
fuck
I'm
you.
too tired. I gotta go work.
Get 'em
tomorrow
outta
morning
here.
at 8:00.
Oh, you got
In
a
the
job
morning.
again?
In 3 weeks.
I'm doing the job.
You're doing the
Wow.
job?
AEW
Who's putting-
Dynamite is
who's putting
gonna
over?
have a footage of rapper Bow Wow and Jade Cargill confrontation at Bow Wow's concert in Miami. Are you intrigued?
Not in the least.
Hell yeah.
No,
Bow Wow and
I don't even know who Bow Wow is.
I think he was selling bootleg AEW shirts outside the ring.
Jack. No.
Bow Wow is
Oh,
Master
no.
P's son.
No, that's
He's
little
Master
Romeo.
P's son?
That was little Romeo.
Little
My
Romeo.
bad.
Whoop,
Bow
whoop,
Wow
whoop,
is
whoop.
JD Dupree's son.
There you
Jamie
go.
Dupree? Who the hell is that?
Renee Dupree's cousin. No, I don't know.
What the
She's
hell
an
is that?
entertainer.
That's Jamie Dundee's son.
Are you excited, Lex? Are you a big Bow Wow fan?
yeah, Bow Wow is starting to ask Jade Cargill on a date on Twitter,
He's married.
and she turned him down.
Well, why? Well, she's married with like kids.
Mhm. She is. I don't think Bow Wow knows it, but he doesn't care.
He probably doesn't care. Well, good for her. I think it's pretty messed up.
She's great, by the way. Jay Cargill's
Yeah.
great.
I agree. All right, you can ask you a couple more. You can ask 3 or 4 if you want.
This is the last one, actually,
All
and
right,
this
then
doesn't
fuck it.
involve
Let's ask
wrestling.
one. All right,
This
all right,
doesn't
ask
involve-
it.
This doesn't involve wrestling at all, since you don't like to talk about wrestling. But
What
Todd
the fuck? What
Chrisley-
the hell we been doing for the last 2.5 hours?
What are your
Todd
memories of Top
Chrisley
Gun?
of Chrisley Knows Best. You know that
Oh,
reality
fuck
show?
that guy.
He
Oh,
has
no.
been sentenced to
Good.
18 years in prison, along with his
Good.
wife.
Good.
77
I
years
remember
for
back
tax
in the
fraud.
day, I was always against this guy, and I remember the Headyverse. They just loved him. They're throwing babies in the air. He was like the most over guy in all the Headyverse. Their Incher was loving him. I was like, how the hell you watch that shit? It was so great.
Well, I made the statement that I thought it was a good thing that they had the show because like they were like trying to catch the guy in like engaged in relations with another male possibly was my what I speculated at
that's
the
not why
time.
he goes to prison. That's
And,
not illegal.
Yeah,
This
he's gonna
isn't-
do a lot of that in
This
prison.
isn't West Virginia.
But it did come out that that was the case, and because the guy kind of like narked on him and everything, he was in relations with.
Told him about the taxes.
Yeah, he was like he had relations with him.
He was blowing him.
And what did he say? Mid blow job. I'm not paying my taxes. What the fuck?
No, that wasn't it like somebody who was helping him with his books. I thought. I think that was the story, wasn't it?
I didn't read the article. Sorry.
You didn't read the article? Okay.
Nah, I don't even know who the hell that guy is.
Well, what the hell, Jonathan? Why are you even like giving me shit about this?
That wasn't me.
You didn't read the article? You don't even know who the guy is?
I don't know who the hell this guy is.
I remember Intra loving the show, and Beef was a big fan.
I
of the
never even
show.
watched it one show.
Well, he's obviously a gay guy because when he was brought up, Jack said, "Fuck that gay guy." So you've said "fuck that gay guy." You've talked about colored people on this show as well.
I didn't say fuck. I just said fuck that guy. I didn't say fuck that
Jones
gay
is trying
guy.
to get you canceled
Intra was the
today.
one who brought up being gay.
You said "fuck that gay guy."
I didn't say it this. I
just said like they were going to like the reason that the show existed was they may catch him at certain times, and
the show is about him fucking men.
What the hell?
No.
That was the reality show.
This is on network TV. What's
The
going
show-
on?
Wasn't it Christy Knows Best? And then he just cut them like banging this dude.
What my joke was back in the day was that the reason the show even exists was that like he might accidentally get caught in one of those situations, and then it came out that like that was the case.
What?
You guys will be joining the Briscoes pretty soon.
You never pay attention to anything I say. So just,
Real progressive show tonight.
You're
guys.
never going to be on Dynamite now.
and no, I don't.
Golgo says, I am a big Chrisley Knows Best fan. I have a tattoo. It's one of the few reality shows that I love to death. I've watched every episode. I have them on DVR.
Obviously, he didn't know best because he's in prison now. So
Yeah, he's going to the big house, so he's done for.
he and his wife are going to the big house.
Hey.
Yeah, she's got like 8 years.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Who's going to take care of the kids?
I'm sure they'll be all right.
Are you a big Chrisley Knows Best fan, Lexar? I bet that was a show you're into. Really?
Never seen an episode. I thought that guy is too arrogant and too southern.
Whoa.
Southern. Jesus, this whole show is
Too
getting
arrogant
canceled.
and
Yeah, fuck those southern.
Everybody is just letting their prejudices shine tonight. You know what? I got something to say about Korean people right now. No, I'm just kidding. I don't.
Intra's eyes lit up on that one.
I don't know.
They make delicious food.
They do. Korean fried chicken's excellent. All right, Intra.
Just don't let them around your dogs.
Whoa! That's the most racist thing on the whole show.
Oh, man.
See, you're just wait. No, your thing about the people selling the shirts was the racist thing.
What? I said I wanted to buy a shirt.
There's no, you can't even
What?
talk your way out of that. That was hands down.
Fuck
You
that gay
just said
guy.
that Korean people eat dogs.
I didn't exactly say all that. I just said don't let them around your dog.
Do they have dog like? So I probably shouldn't ask this. All right, I do have a question. Okay, let me phrase this in a way. So I go to the Asian grocery stores, and you get some really weird flavored potato chips like squid and black garlic, all kinds of cool stuff. I just got some roasted chicken wing ones. They were good. So my question is, for communities that do have a cuisine that incorporates canines, do they sell like dog flavored potato chips or like dog ramen and stuff?
I don't know.
Interesting. Because I bought Jason Minton for Christmas last year. I got him horse flavored potato chips. They were not made with real horse because that's illegal in the States, but they were flavored like horse. So I'm just wondering if you were interested in what a dog tastes like, if you could buy like dog artificially flavored potato chips.
I don't know.
All right.
I'm going to be honest with you.
I want
do-
some cannibal chips out there. That would be good.
I don't feel comfortable anymore.
All right. Well, I think it's time once again then for the Raw report.
Yeah, good luck following that.
Raw
Yay!
report.
Raw report. Raw report. Raw report. Raw report.
I didn't watch any Raw, so this
I
is
watch
all new to me.
every minute. I'm none of it.
Yeah.
But now we're gonna find out. The Raw report.
All right. Since it's late in the evening, I'll try and zoom through this as quickly as I can on Zoom. We're in Albany, New York, at of course, the MVP Arena.
Man, it's named after the guy.
I don't know.
Porter. He's got his whole arena now.
Big things popping, little things stopping.
So the show begins with Kevin Owens comes out, and
Racist. I got the Acclaimed on my shirt. One of them's a gay dude. All right.
I think the arena's named after that old Steve Lombardi gimmick.
what Knuckleball Schwartz?
Yeah, MVP Knuckleball. Abe Knuckleball Schwartz.
So Kevin Owens comes out and he's talking about how he was invited to SmackDown to join the opposition, the Brawling Brutes and Drew McIntyre to take on the Bloodline. So he has reciprocated, and he brings out everybody, the Brawling Brutes, Sheamus, Pete Dunne, or Butch, as he's now known, and Holland and Drew McIntyre come out. And they're all promoting that, they're all going after the Bloodline, and that Kevin Owens wants to once again go after Roman Reigns because he hasn't fought him in 2 years. And if you remember, 2 years ago, Roman Reigns beat him up, and I think he choked him out. And unfortunately, there was no Bloodline interaction. Instead, who interrupted them, and of course, there's always an interruption, was the Judgment Day. And I don't know about you guys, but when Dominic Mysterio got in a word in edgewise, he sounded like a 12-year-old kid. Not only does he look like a 12-year-old kid, but he sounded like one.
Yeah. They need to give him like a vocalizer or whatever to change his voice. Make him sound like Barry White or something.
They need to make him into a man.
Mm-hmm.
That's what Rhea's there for,
I think Rhea's lying. She hasn't completed that task yet. Let's get it done.
You know what I really say though? I say fuck the Mysterios, and especially fuck Dominic Mysterio.
So Sheamus insults his fellow Irishman, Finn Balor.
Bunch of drunks.
Yep. Go down to the pub there and have a few pints and talk things over. Anyway, opens up with a 6-man tag team match. The Brawling Brutes, Sheamus, Butch, and Ridge take on the Judgment Day. Finn Balor, Damian Priest, and Dominic Mysterio with Rhea Ripley. I'll tell you, the best thing about this was Sheamus hitting the bro kick on Dominic Mysterio. Damn, that was good.
Made him a man. A biscuits and gravy. Oh, made me a man. Oh, biscuits and gravy. Oh, made me all that I am.
And so Sheamus hits it on Dominic and pins him 1, 2, 3. The winners of the match, the Brawling Brutes.
Yeah, I like this group, but the name is very bad.
So there was a post-match brawl. There was a lot of brawling, by the way, on this episode of Raw. Everybody either before a match, after a match, whatever, lots of brawling. So after the match, there's a post-match brawl. Balor attacks Sheamus, and then the baby faces fight back. And Kevin Owens, who is on commentary, gets up from the commentary table He gets into the ring. He sneaks up behind Finn Balor. Finn Balor turns around and he gets a stunner. Next up,
The Ride Dog. I drove airport shuttle at LAX airport years ago and picked up Bobby the Brain Heat and Slick and Frenchie Martin and took them to Anaheim. Bobby was a good tipper.
Yeah. The Brain tips well.
Exactly.
That's cool.
Keep going, Stevie.
Next up, we get up the lovely and delicious Kathy Kelly comes out and
My
interviews
goodness.
Johnny Gargano. And
Even
Johnny Gargano cuts another promo on the Miz, and I guess they're gonna have a rematch. So he comes out to the ring, and Miz comes out, but Miz is wearing a suit, and he says, "Oh, I injured myself doing a TikTok video."
What the fuck?
I hear that Johnny Gargano's family makes a good pizza.
Was he trying to give himself the papa?
They got a restaurant.
So-
Pizzeria.
What? Just because he's fucking Italian, now he's a pizza man? Or he's some kind of
Wow.
fucking
No,
racist
that's-
asshole?
That's a fact.
Yeah, it's a fact that all Italians make pizza.
No. That's a fact that his family owns a pizzeria.
Fucking the Jones family here, big Italians.
So Miz says that he can't wrestle tonight, so he's got a substitute opponent because he knows Johnny wrestling and he wants to wrestle. So he brings out a substitute opponent, and it is Omos. So Omos comes out, and basically he basically just destroys Johnny wrestling. Well, although they did give him some hope spots where he was trying to chop down this big tree.
Chop that bitch down.
But Omos just caught him, picked him up, and gave him one hell of a tree slam. And then-
Standing next to an Omos. I chop him down with the edge of my hand.
Although I'll tell you this, I'm and this happened with Mustafa Ali and Johnny wrestling. I really like big guys beating the crap out of the little guys. And
So
this
does an
was actually
incher.
quite amusing. Even just the look on Miz's face when Johnny got tree slammed. It is kind of enjoying watching big guys just destroy little guys.
Man,
Anyway,
you're a sadistic bastard.
well, I love my wrestling, you know.
When they beat down those little bitches.
Okay, so we have a satellite interview with Seth freaking Rollins. So Rollins wasn't on the show tonight. They just did the sit down interview with him, and so I guess they're going to have a match at the Survivor Series pay-per-view. It's going to be a triple threat. It's going to be Seth Rollins defending the title, the U.S. title, against Bobby Lashley and Austin Theory. So that's added to the card.
Man, so Ride Dog says I dropped Frenchie and Slick off at the Travelodge and took Bobby the Hilton. They dropped fucking Slick and Frenchie Martin off at the Jobber Hotel.
Damn.
Heenan gets the big time.
Well, they kind of were jobbers, weren't they?
Yeah, Slick was the Dr. Desire. The hell, something like that.
You said didn't he spin on him?
All right, keep going.
So Austin Theory, immediately they go right to a backstage interview. Austin Theory's by himself, and he basically says he's going to win the Survivor Series, and also he's announced that they're going to have he's going to have a match with Mustafa Ali. And next up was Mustafa Ali and Austin Theory. Austin Theory now is trying to be this mean, nasty badass, and again, Mustafa Ali, he's even smaller than Austin Theory, so I really like Austin Theory just beating the tar out of Mustafa Ali.
You really got mean in your old age.
Yeah.
Well, like I was saying, Mike, a few weeks ago, I was saying something about how WWE.
You were
needs
saying they were
stars.
making Mustafa Ali into like this. He's like the next Steve Austin. I was like, I don't know. His booking don't sound too good.
No, he's more like I don't know, Barry Horowitz or the Brooklyn Brawler. He's just
The
getting beaten up.
bum.
He's getting beaten up, and Austin Theory beats him up, hits the A-Town down, and just puts Austin Theory. He puts Mustafa Ali down,
Fuck
and the
that
winner
guy.
of the match is Austin Theory. Pardon me, I have a cat here,
No problem.
and it's gonna crawl on me.
I
So-
see a cat butthole.
So next up was something a little weird. So he beats up Mustafa Ali,
Beat that fucker.
and then he calls out Bobby Lashley comes on the Titantron and basically tells Austin Theory, stay there. I'll be right down the ringside. And sure enough, commercial break is over and Bobby Lashley comes down. Whoa.
Oh my god!
Oh
Is
my
everything okay
goodness.
here?
Where's Christian Bale to bitch about the lighting?
Sorry, the cat just knocked over the light.
Oh, now we got a cat.
Mhm.
I think Steven's cat jumped over to Goosey's house.
No, it's Mike. Wow.
So Bobby Lashley and Austin Theory have this back and forth, and this is sort of like, now I thought both of these guys were heels, and so you have this one heel is mad at another heel because and they talk about how Lashley, I think it was Theory, talked about how Lashley got beaten up by Brock Lesnar. He lost his title. He went to Saudi Arabia. He got beat up by Brock Lesnar again. And so they ended up basically fighting each other. And Bobby Lashley this time it was Bobby Lashley beating the tar out of Austin Theory again. And then basically Austin Theory plays the chicken shit heel and he runs. But Bobby Lashley's not finished. So he chases Theory backstage, and Theory runs into Mustafa Ali, who's made his way backstage. And he basically grabs Ali and throws him into Lashley. And Lashley I think he put the hurt lock on Mustafa Ali, and the crowd, I think they were cheering Lashley. I'm pretty sure the crowd was cheering Lashley.
Mustafa Ali sucks.
I agree.
I cheer Lashley.
I don't really like him either. But
I mean,
Mustafa
like-
Ali sucks.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like the crowd really likes Bobby Lashley, and even though he's playing, he's almost like playing a heel. He's attacking the underdog Ali, and the crowd just loves him for it. And anyway, he leaves Ali laying, and he acknowledges the crowd. Next up, we get a tag team match: the Alpha Academy, Chad Gable and Otis taking on the makeshift tag team of Elias and Matt Riddle. And this was pretty good. I mean, like, I wish there was more Elias. I wish he was more doing singles competitions rather than a tag team with Matt Riddle. But anyway, the baby faces won. Matt Riddle, or Elias hit his finisher and pinned. I think it was Chad Gable always takes the pins in this one. He tagged off to Riddle, and Riddle hit the floating bro for the pin. Yeah, where he jumped off the top rope and onto Chad Gable.
Do it up.
Now, I really don't know why John Bradshaw Layfield is sticking around for this, because this is pretty well, and he's paired with Baron Corbin of all people. But they were they were back again at the poker table when they're interrupted by Drew McIntyre. So I'm wondering if this is kind of gonna be like a segment every week where Baron Corbin's opponents are basically gonna go up to the poker table.
Yeah, Incher told me this is his favorite segment every week.
So Drew McIntyre, who was in the opening segment, he basically challenges Baron Corbin to a match, and he sucker punches Baron Corbin and then goes to the ring. So after the commercial break, JBL brings out Baron Corbin and Drew McIntyre. Basically, Corbin much like Ali and Johnny Gargano, I would lump Baron Corbin in as one of these guys who's just a jobber. He's just like anybody he faces, he's just gonna lose. And
Used to never lose when I used to watch it.
and they really put him over when Vince was in charge. Baron Corbin was winning matches every week.
Use Vince as a
And
boy.
Richard's over there making love letters to Nuggets.
You little nugget.
So anyway,
Is
Drew
that a poop
McIntyre.
nugget?
Drew McIntyre.
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
man,
man.
Richard's gonna eat the paper.
This is like OnlyFans. Who?
Now it's gonna be covered in white sauce when Jonathan Jackson's done.
Oh, come
Damn
on.
straight.
Ketchup.
You're wasting all that ketchup. You ain't gonna lick it off.
No, I don't want to lick it up.
He's saving it for later.
Lick it up. Yeah.
That's what the song was actually about. It was ketchup.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Is there any surface you would not lick ketchup off of?
No.
Hell yeah. All right, Raw report.
So anyway, Drew McIntyre hits the Claymore kick and pins Baron Corbin, and JBL again. Why is he still there? Why is he still managing this guy? Anyway,
JBL needs a job.
Wait,
I
doesn't
gotta
JBL have like a
make
show on Fox
more
also?
money.
Hell yeah,
I think
put the
Fox
title
punted
on.
him.
Bringing
Oh,
all
damn.
the Fox viewers.
I was about to say he could have went for the NWA title, but oh well.
Oh,
That's
that would
true.
be a better choice. You know what?
Yeah.
Honestly, I would
Virus.
be all in favor of just getting rid of Baron Corbin and bringing JBL back.
It'd be a good trade.
Someone needs to do something where you can they can just take the youth of Baron Corbin and just transfer so they can transfer JBL into his body. Then we could take some, jackass and then transfer Ric Flair into him. Like a vampire. They would just suck out their youth.
Ric Flair can have 17,000 more retirement matches.
Yeah,
that'd be
really
good.
see that.
You can helicopter a few more attendants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hogan back in his prime.
God, Flair's gonna be crazy when he gets dementia. He's just gonna be
Oh,
doing
fuck.
whatever the fuck he wants.
He does anyway, doesn't he?
There's some sort of governor on him right now, but can you imagine him? He'll just do whatever he wants. If he was in a younger body, going on planes and just
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think a younger Flair now doing that kind of stuff, he probably would get arrested. Because the one thing he'd have go for him now is people would look over because he's an old man, but a 30-year-old dude just run around with his wang flopping around.
Yeah,
he'd probably just get arrested.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure someone would have already captured it on their cell phone. And
yeah, that's true.
The important question is, would you be intrigued?
What's your favorite memory of Ric Flair's dong?
Dark Side of the Ring.
Dark Side of the intro. All right, Raw report. Enough of this shenanigans.
okay, so I'm zooming through this as quick as I can. Next up, we get.
shut the fuck up, Jack.
The fuck, asshole.
He's
whoop
trying to
your
get the
ass.
Raw report done.
Fucking beat your ass, bitch.
Bring it.
Boom.
Well, that's kind of the theme of the next segment, by the way, because next we get AJ Styles
Scissor me, motherfucker. Come on.
cutting a promo on Finn Balor. Cutting a promo on Finn Balor when they're interrupted by the Judgment Day, and brawl number 2 happens. A backstage brawl between the Judgment Day and the OC, which
What is Intric doing?
Oh, hell yeah. Touchdown. The What's the Future Smash.
Is that a bootleg?
Currently 40% off on TeePublic or free shipping over on Amazon.
Did you buy that? Did Earl Hebner sell you that outside in the AEW show in Cleveland?
In a plastic bag?
Oh no, I paid I bought it from the official source.
Good, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. I like that shirt too.
Pinball, outlaw pinball.
Wow, thank you, Inchman. That is, and it's a cool shirt. It was worn by me and Bill Whedon during
Oh, you talking about
the
that shit.
premiere and
The pinball shirt?
Sorry, I was confused. Steven!
Yes.
Robert.
Okay. Finally, we after the brawl between Judgment Day and the OC, we get the War Games Advantage match is the main event of Monday Night Raw. Asuka versus Rhea Ripley to determine who gets the advantage, the one person advantage in the War Games match. And this was a little strange because at first all the other participants in the War Games match weren't there, but later on after a commercial break they all came down to the ring. And so we basically had Asuka hit, not Asuka, but Rhea Ripley hit what I thought was a very weak Riptide. I think that's what her finishing move is called, to get the win. And then we immediately got brawl number 3. Like I said, Triple H really likes these brawls. He really likes people just fighting. So this time it's the women, and Mia Yim, by the way, has a new name. She's no longer Mia Yim. She's Mitchin or Mishin or
what the fuck kind of name is that?
Yeah.
I don't.
Which I think they've changed it back now.
Well, that would be a good idea, actually.
Because I think Graves and what's Kevin O'Connell or who the fuck his name is.
Kevin Patrick.
Oh, kept calling her Mia Yim or Meechit, but they couldn't get it
Michin.
right.
Oh, okay. So she runs down to the ring. She's late. I mean, Rhea Ripley
Enter.
and Bianca Belair and Oscar are getting beaten up. So Michin runs down to the ring and evens things up.
Sure.
And she brawls with Rhea Ripley, and they go over the barricade and disappear. Meanwhile, Oscar does the big dive off the top rope onto everybody to end the show. And they just plug the Survivor Series, and that's probably the fastest Raw report I've ever done.
Report. Yeah, you covered it all. I remember all
Mhm.
vividly from I watch every minute of it this week.
I
Now, the
double
big
checked it.
question, However, the big
Supposedly,
question,
You have a question?
yes, the big question is, so the baby faces have only 4 participants. There's going to be a 5th one, which has not yet been revealed.
supposedly
Now,
it's going to be done on SmackDown, according to
and
Bianca.
apparently they said, we're going to go to SmackDown and we're going to announce our 5th person. Now, I think it's got to be a main event player. Anything less than that will be just,
It
depressing.
would probably be Charlotte Flair.
I don't want it to be Charlotte Flair. I really don't,
I would. I'm a big fan of Charlotte.
because she's a heel. She's not a baby face, and she
she's a
sucks as a baby face. I think it should be Becky Lynch, because
She's
Becky,
the man.
I don't think Becky's ready though, is she?
that's the big question. Is she healthy enough to come back? I really hope she is, because I'd rather it would be Becky Lynch as the 5th person.
Becky
I'm
Lynch
thinking it's
is
Emma.
good enough. She's good enough.
Emma?
It's gonna be Brandy Rhodes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Emma.
Brandy Rhodes.
It's going to be
Emma's
Luna.
like in a relationship with the Madcap Moss. She's like, oh, horny for Madcap Moss.
Stealing his
Yeah.
iPad covers.
It's going to be Nicole Gage.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Nicole Gage.
Who do you think it's going to be, Lexa?
I read online it could be Dana Brooke.
Oh my god.
Oh God, what a fucking letdown that would be.
It's gonna be Tamina Snuka.
Well, they did throw the 24/7. They did throw the
Dude.
24/7 thing.
Throw
in
to the
garbage.
trash.
Throw it in the garbage.
Getting her revenge on Nikki Cross for burning
Yeah,
her
she
title.
needs to get revenge on Nikki Cross. Put her in the cage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So we'll find out. We'll take bets, Incher. I'm gonna go to one of these betting websites, start betting on the wrestling.
Yeah.
The Ride
got
Dog
it.
says it's time to bring back the moolah.
Fabulous.
The
I
fabulous.
feel, whoa, that'd be something. Just bring a
By the
casket
way-
out as the head, man.
Todd Fulkerson passed away. Rest in peace, Todd. I know him for a long time. A lot of people know him from various things. If you've been to conventions, and he's also had some infamy in the wrestling world. He was a lot of pictures with him and Sonny when Sonny was doing in the bed photos, and a pretty famous photo with Todd. He's a nice guy. I met him a few times. Knew him for years online. I'm not sure what he passed away from, but just 4 days ago, he's posting on Facebook, and then today saw he passed away. So
Nice.
saying that he's a longtime member of the group.
Mhm.
Sonny didn't give him like herpes or something, did he?
I don't think so. I don't think that's a. I think that's a slow death.
Oh, man.
This is something that happened pretty quick. Well, that's unfortunate. Thoughts out to the Fulkerson family. I know his he was close to his mom, so this is a shame. CNN. He provokes Republican voters during wrestling matches. Why? He no longer feels safe. And that is there's a story out there about former guest on the show. He used to wear the conservative wrestler. I mean the liberal. What was his name? Liberal something.
What the fuck are we talking about?
The liberal wrestler we had on the show.
Chris Hamrick.
No.
Tyler Rex?
No. The progressive liberal.
The fuck?
Yeah, he was. We had him on the show. He does a gimmick
Fucking-
on the Indies. He used to wear. Now he wears like Biden shirts and stuff, and he
Yeah.
wrestles
Yeah.
on like in Southern wrestlings and get.
I remember the guy. I don't remember his name.
Ricky
but
McGee.
The progressive liberal is what he wrestles at. But anyway, there's a CNN story
Rod.
about him. He's called the progressive liberal. That's like his gimmick.
Todd Chrisley.
All right. Question times. You have any more questions, Alexa, before we get to these?
Yeah.
Yeah. One more before I head out to bed to work tomorrow morning.
What are you doing for?
What are your Thanksgiving plans and Thanksgiving TV plans?
TV? I don't know. I don't do anything TV wise for Thanksgiving.
No.
What?
I could not give a flying fuck about a parade or something.
Plan on shooting the TV and eating a can of beans.
I'm actually
Getting the TVs,
making
that's what-
Cornish hens for Thanksgiving.
Nice.
We got the turkey going on, and we're going to have the traditional Thanksgiving, but not everybody's going to be able to attend work obligations, which is a shame. But it'll be good. It'll be good. So looking forward to it.
You watching the football?
I don't watch football.
XFL.
I don't watch the XFL. I don't watch real sports.
Are you watching floats on the Macy's Day Parade?
I don't watch the floats.
Watch porn.
I don't watch the porn.
Those aren't pillows.
The turkey ain't the only thing that's gonna get stuffed today.
He's gonna be watching the Impact. Come on.
Yeah, we're watching Impact Wrestling.
I watch the Impact. I noticed that
Oh,
Rampage.
do they still do that every year where they throw a guy in a turkey suit and everyone goes, "Ah, look at my turkey suit."
Maybe.
No,
I
man,
forgot
to
check
put
out
my
this
turkey
Madman Fault.
Probably.
Why don't I have my turkey hat on? I'm gonna go get my turkey hat to answer these questions. All right. So I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourself.
Yeah.
Stay on here, Lexar, you bitch.
I'm about to go to bed. I gotta go work tomorrow
What do you
morning.
do?
So
What
do
do you
I,
work? What do you
actually.
supposedly? What's this new job you supposedly claim to
Secret
have?
Service.
I'm back with my old employer.
Which is what?
Working the house, working, cleaning, sweeping houses.
All right.
Mhm.
He does that in the
Cleaning
nude.
houses,
CIA.
washing,
He cleans
washing the
houses in the
windows.
nude.
He's a
and-
cleanup
Sorry.
man. He cleans up murder scenes. That's what he really does.
Oh my.
That's an interesting job. I would like to take one of these days, but for now, I do maintenance work, maintenance assistance with my employer. Good night.
Good night, Lexar.
Good night.
Sleep tight. What do you think Lexar dreams about when he goes to bed at night?
Sweeping
Sweeping
and strippers.
Lexar and strippers, yeah.
Yeah, why doesn't he get a job working in a strip club sweeping floors?
Yeah, we ought to suggest that to him. He
Yeah.
probably hasn't thought about that one.
He does that already, except he pays them.
Yeah, that's true.
Because
Doesn't
half the
work
time
out
he'd
very
probably,
well.
half the time he'd probably be cleaning up his own mess.
Oh my.
Lexar.
So, are you guys excited for the big WWE pay-per-view on Saturday? What is it? A Survivor Series with War
War
Games?
Games.
I'll probably watch it.
Mhm, mhm.
We'll see. I didn't even remember that AEW was having their pay-per-view. I'm like, what? It's on.
Jonathan Jackson, you got to be a better wrestling fan than that.
Yeah.
You got to know when all the shows come on.
So
Where's your goddamn commitment?
what did you think? Like 5 minutes into Full Gear, you have Jack Perry bleeding like a pig.
Oh,
That was
Yeah.
awesome.
I
I'm
missed
not a
that.
bitch. I'm not a little crybaby loser. I like the blood in the wrestling.
Oh man.
I ain't said, oh my God, I got the blood. Where am I gonna call my mama? I'm like, hell yeah, bleed. Bleed, make that boy bleed.
But I did like the
Pay
fact
per
that
view. I want to see some blood.
the match ended where he made Luchasaurus tap out rather than pin, and I like the fact that it wasn't one of those escape the cage
Yeah,
matches.
only bitch ass WWE does escape.
Yeah.
in those shit cages that enter, gets all hard and hot over.
What?
Big blue cage matches where they just run away from
But
food.
Yeah,
But like I thought it was a little. I thought the only thing I didn't like about that was Christian Cage being a pickpocket and just pickpocketing the key from the ref.
Oh, I thought that was pretty awesome.
Oh,
He just sneaked in and grabbed the key.
Yeah.
I think if I ever meet Christian, then I'll just hold on to my wallet.
Well, he's
because
a
the
heel.
guy's
He's supposed to
pickpocket.
be dastardly.
Yeah. He's supposed to steal and murder people.
Mhm.
Well, as soon as I
Murdered
saw
someone?
those fellas selling those bootleg shirts, I grabbed my wallet.
But they look
folks, it's
Canadian.
12 midnight, and it's time
Hey,
for me to turn into a
Couple
pumpkin.
of cuts.
So I'm
Look
gonna
at these
tap out.
Canucks.
Good
Say
night,
goodnight.
Toronto Stevie.
All right.
Thanks
Good
for the
night,
raw report.
Stevie.
Thank you for the raw report.
Mike Lopez says, "Have a good Thanksgiving in here." Thank you.
Thank you,
Steven
Mike
Simmons,
Lopez.
Trains, planes, and automobiles. Exactly. That was the "Those Aren't Pillows" line. That's where that was from. Intra thought it was talking about the My Pillows guy. One of his personal heroes.
Steven
All right.
Simmons, he wants to know if I'm going to the WWE house show in Charleston that Jamie Noble has announced will be his final match. I
Doing
didn't
it,
know that.
boy.
Oh man. Is it against Ric Flair?
I'm not sure who it's against. I'm just finding out about it.
Why isn't that on pay-per-view? That's would you think that would draw as well as Ric Flair's last match, Noble's
No.
final match?
Nah, everybody hates West Virginians. So
Oh, man.
wanna work.
They don't hate him. They just like to laugh at him.
Yeah, that's kind of hate, isn't it?
No, you don't laugh at who you
Hate.
hate. People no one person in the world hates Don Knotts. He's beloved.
Right, that's what the Bucks were doing when they burst into Punk's room. They were just laughing.
They're like, "You dumb West Virginian." They're like, and he's just like, "I'm not West Virginian." And then they're like, "Wait, you're not," and then they all became buddies.
Yeah, that's a good ending.
All right.
I guess.
Papacito. I think you really overthink this West Virginia thing. Most people don't really care.
Oh, you've only spent like years of your life tormenting me for it.
Yeah, but out of love.
No.
He's just
There's
trying to
no
toughen
hate
you
in
up.
the world.
Papacito. How's it going?
Papacito from the WV.
He's from
What's
the
up?
W.
What's up? How's everybody doing?
From the LV.
Doing pretty
Las
good.
Vegas, right?
Yeah.
Mhm, mhm.
Oh, I
Bet it all on black.
yeah.
Get you a
I like
bootleg
the hat
shirt.
again. I'm actually wearing a different shirt. I'm wearing the dragon shirt.
Heck yeah.
There you go.
Dragons are cool.
I got an exclusive for you guys. This is late breaking news.
There we go.
This is in your head first. I have the titles for the NWA pay-per-views for 2023.
Oh boy.
Bam.
This is the top 10, so
They have 10
You ready?
pay-per-views.
That's all they can afford.
well, some of them have financial aid, so yeah. Number 10 is BYOR. That's Bring Your Own Ring.
Oh man.
Man.
Bring
Number
your own.
9.
Bring your own Republican.
Yeah. Number 9 is Dumpster Fire Delight.
Whoa!
Ooh.
Not with Tyrus, the main event's gonna be fucking 6-star classic. But too bad it's out of 100 stars.
Okay, number 8 is No Wages Available.
Whoa!
I think that's the women's
Oh,
show.
my.
Yeah. Give me a second. I have to move the car.
Uh-oh.
You getting arrested?
Oh man.
That's Billy Corgan. He's like knocking on his window right
Yeah,
now.
you
He's like,
can't
do
be
not
giving-
reveal my pay-per-views. Everybody needs to know about these. He doesn't want it to get out.
Exactly.
Who could blame him?
Damn. Chasing them on foot.
Despite all my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage.
Fuck the police.
Now he's fucking believes in reptiles and shit.
He does.
Yeah. That was my favorite band when I was in high school.
Man.
Like, God damn it, he's some fucking lunatic, thinks people are reptilians.
I saw a video somebody posted of a Smashing Pumpkins concert, and Billy Corgan's just off on this on the stage, like eating chips and dip.
Yeah, I seen that video.
Was he lip syncing?
No, the band's just playing, and he's just over like by the drums eating chips and dip.
Oh, nice.
He was calling up Tyrus.
Yeah. Can you finish the set for me?
Yeah,
All right, what number are we on?
We're
7.
on number 7.
Mhm.
Number 7 is Bad Life Choices.
Damn.
Mhm.
Number 6 is Billy's Blunder.
Oh man.
Billy's Blunder.
Number 5 is PDC, Post Dated Checks. That's such an asshole thing for me to say.
Post-dated checks.
Yeah, number 4 is Divorce Pending. Number
man.
3 number 3 is Depression Fuel. Number
Ooh.
2 is
That's a good name for a pay-per-view. Depression Fuel.
oh yeah.
Tune in to Depression Fuel.
Yeah. Number 2 is Do It for Money. And
Don't they all?
For the love of the game.
yeah, and the number one pay-per-view for 2023, NWA Hard Times.
Yeah.
There's your top 10. Doing a little Letterman bit there.
I'm
That was
gonna
fun
order
today.
all of them.
The Hard Times is their WrestleMania.
I think
Hard
it's
Times
always ready.
is the Super Bowl of the NWA. Do they not own any of the actual names like Starcade and stuff? That's all WWE.
No,
I'd say,
the
Yeah, he
AEW.
did an
owns
interview saying that.
Well, I don't know. Watch your shit.
He don't own anything after, I think, like,
What did he buy? Just
2019?
the NWA
it.
name? Like,
Yep, just the letters NWA.
wouldn't you really been better off just starting a whole new company?
Hey, didn't he be like what's that guy that he did? EC3.
I mean, I don't really know what significance the NWA. I guess when it started, there was like, because they made it like the old studio wrestling, but now if he's wanting it to be this like mainstream thing, I don't really even know what the NWA name holds.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, he did an
it
interview.
can't
where
be a
he
mainstream
said
show
that.
on YouTube.
Yeah. He thinks it's mainstream, though. Like, if you ask him, he says,
I know.
"Oh,
I
it's a
heard it.
mainstream
I
product."
didn't hear. I listened. I read some of the interview where he's talking about, wanting like big guys and like, and like people on TV, like a mainstream. And it seemed like the antithesis of what like NWA would be anyway. Like the NWA fans wouldn't want that. They wouldn't want just big, like really slow wrestling wrestlers who are on TV to be your champion.
I think he's
Like
just
the
saying
opposite
that
of what they'd want.
he knows what NWA is. I mean, it's not like he's losing any money because, I mean, booking any event, that's why indie wrestling exists. You make something, but it's not gonna blow up to like WWE, not even Impact
I
level.
think in his mind he must have thought it, because I think he spent a lot of money on it, and he spent a lot of money on Impact. He got like screwed out of money on that.
Yeah, I was really following that. He paid for Bound for Glory like 2 years in a row. And when he wanted his money back, that's when they made him the president of the company. They were like,
This Billy Corgan guy sounds pretty cool. I think maybe we should pitch him some Headyverse ideas.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
he could be the star of HeadyCon.
The official podcast of NWA.
Yeah,
There you go.
like, we'll talk to
They're not doing
Tyrus.
Yeah, maybe not Tyrus.
Did you
Oh,
interview Tyrus once before?
No, he was
or-
gonna come on, but he no show.
Kind of like Nick Aldis too.
Yeah.
No wonder
Yeah.
he got suspended.
He's funny, dude. The fucking Billy Corgan's funny because he did an interview and he actually said when they were asking him about Magnus, and he says, "I hope this is an angle." And I was like, "Bro, you fucking idiot." He said, "I hope this is an angle."
Yeah.
Like I love somebody that's delusional, you know what I mean? Because it's kind of good because he's in his own world, so he really can't see, other people's problems or other people's perspective. But at the same time, he's so in his.
Well, I think someone. I've heard
In his own
interviews
fishbowl.
with them where, he's been he's legit giant rock star for so long. Like I don't think he really knows what regular people like do or anything anymore.
Plus, all those
he's been like a
reptilians
rock
are
star
going
since
after
he was
him.
like a teenager.
Yeah, you were buying his album and shit.
All right. Should we get to these? Anything else, Papacito, before we get to the questions here?
Oh, I saw you probably already talked about it. The AEW, the pay-per-view. I saw it. Really good. I think the star of that though was probably Swerve.
Really?
Yeah, I think Swerve is the future. Like you can do something with Swerve. Keith Lee is like a rock. He's like literally just like a couch.
I do not see that, but
he's like a couch in the ring. And I spent literally 18 minutes staring at his butt crack during the whole freaking pay-per-view. I was like, come on, bro, pull your pants up. He's getting fatter every time I see him.
So you think that's the future of wrestling? Is this the butt crack?
No, he says Swerve is.
It's Swerve. Because Swerve had the best expressions. He was acting at the best time. He was doing the biggest bumps. Him and Britt Baker. Because Britt Baker, she did her best with what she had, with trying to not break the other girl's neck and whatever. But I thought it was a really, really fun pay-per-view.
It was a hot show.
Except the two bad ones were the one with the girl dressed as the Thundercat. Oh my god, that was.
Oh, I liked it personally. I didn't think it was great. It was better than I expected it to be.
Oh man, that was
I
That was
thought it was
something rough to
honestly thought it was
see.
probably better than the Britt Baker match. But.
I thought Baylor took a lot of bumps in
No, she
in her
tried.
match
She
and
definitely tried.
And in
hard.
the next one, yeah, in the next one, you saw the kicks when she was doing interference for the Tony Storm and the other girl match. Like,
Yeah, Hater,
they
Jamie
kicked her,
Hater.
and she took a real bad bump. I mean, good for her. She knows how to land, But that was something else. Yeah, everything else was pretty like by the numbers. Oh, and Samoa Joe, he keeps getting fatter and slower. I'm a Joe fan, so like,
probably.
I mean, I feel bad for the guy because like I'm a fan, but it's like you're not living up to your potential, so it's kind of hard to like root for somebody that's, you know what I mean, that you like, but isn't.
Oh no, I'm a big fan, but I mean,
you.
I think the guy's like in his mid 40s and pretty hurt. I don't expect him to.
Yeah.
Be getting in a fantastic shape at this point in his life.
Yeah.
I mean, not
You saw
everyone.
at the end. Yeah, I saw at the end too. They said they're gonna make a best of 7 with the Elite and the other guys, the triangle.
The Death Triangle. Yeah.
I don't know how they're gonna live through 7 matches. I saw that.
That's true.
That's literally the Death Triangle. Like literally, one of them's gonna die.
I think they really wanted to prove like we're back. We're this is our company, and they really they put on an amazing program. But that's true though.
No doubt about it.
If they do that 7 weeks in a row, that's gonna be pretty rough on their bodies. They might be back to being hurt again.
Yeah, I think they're spreading it out till
I'm
February.
in to see what they do though.
Yeah, I mean they could do a roll up in one or something to try to like just get it out of the way, give one win to one side or something.
I mean they could. I really doubt that. I doubt that that's what they'll want to do. But I mean they could, but we'll see.
No, I mean to fill out 6 more matches.
I understand. I don't foresee that being their mentality. I mean that's part of what Punk was trying to tell all those guys, that not to go.
Yeah,
maybe it's
that was a scary match
thinking
to
about
watch.
this might be kind of their answer to that, because Punk was telling the guys not to go out there and do just insane matches every week, save them for the pay-per-views, and maybe their answer is like, we'll show you, we'll do them 7 weeks in a row. Which I don't know.
That'll show his ass.
Then they'll end up crippled. No.
Then he comes back to the company. Look in my eyes.
I'd be all about it.
When the leader all crippled, he comes back and does his big return.
Yeah, but I mean, what can he was hurt both times he came back.
Yeah. Maybe Brandy comes back.
No. That got a rise out of Incher, if you know what I'm talking about.
Get a rise out of Tony Khan.
What if Tony sues you for all this slander?
Well, this is all alleged. This is all alleged and parody.
Mm-hmm.
This is all parody.
Parody.
Tony's gonna own all Incher's pinball machines.
Oh no.
That'd be.
He'll own IYH too.
He's probably already owned.
Well, he can't because we're officially NWA's podcast.
Yeah, we're the NWA show.
Oh.
Oh man.
Incher's mom's a big Tyrus fan.
Mm-hmm. She loves him.
Somebody call his mom.
Mm-hmm.
I saw him wearing the belt. That was funny because he had the back, like he had a second belt because he's too fat for the regular belt, but he couldn't like move to the back.
The belt extender.
Yeah, he had a belt extender like they do the fat people on the plane.
Yeah. I used to have to wear one of those. All right.
You see the talent signed to the Jericho Cruise?
I did not. Incher's always been wanting to do on the cruise.
You shot it down. You're like, fuck that Incher. I'm not a fan.
It's not fuck that Incher. It said I have no
I have no interest in that.
Being on a cruise with a bunch of wrestling fans
you can't
escape from. And I don't drink anymore. This does not sound like a recipe for a good time to me.
So we get.
I can't imagine you would enjoy yourself, Incher, being the straight edge guy. And a big part of cruise is drinking and partying, all this stuff that you're against.
How would I know? Nobody wants to do it.
You're anti-fun, so I don't know how you'd enjoy it.
Yeah,
You're
plus you
right
get
to
a
have
bunch
fun
of
on
Soho
this one.
fans screaming their theme and
Yeah,
shit.
you hate fans.
You're like, yeah.
You'd be
I don't
just
want to
walking.
do it.
Be quiet, everybody. Take it easy.
Oh,
Try
you're
not to get too
complaining about
loud
people
here.
at the last show you're at. You're like,
No, I know I got a kick out of them.
I get a kick out of it. I want him to scream Ruby Soho in my ear.
Yeah, that'd be good. I like Ruby Soho. So we've got the Jericho Appreciation Society.
Yep.
That's pretty awesome. Yeah, well, Daniel Garcia is part of that, I guess.
Dante Martin,
Dante Martin. So
Swerve Strickland,
basically AEW rosters on it. Jade
and then,
Cargill, Eddie Kingston, The Acclaim.
then you have Matt Cardona.
Chaos Project. Incher wants to go so you can party with Dr. Luther.
Serpentico.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bet Luther's a big party animal.
I don't know, but I think Jack would like to go party with Brutus Beefcake, Mike Rotunda, and Dan Lambert.
Hell yeah. Guest host Dan Housen and Mickey James.
Oh shit, where's Nick Aldis gonna be?
The
Aldis is
director
gonna
of
be
laughs is Brad Williams.
I got something sent to me off
Arian
of eBay.
Andrew, who the fuck
And
would
they-
want to see that?
Nick Cage. Jonathan Jackson he's off booking his ticket right now.
Yeah, did you say Nick Gage or Nick Cage?
Nick Gage.
Nick Cage.
Nick Cage comes in and wins a belt or something. That'd be awesome.
When's the
Moose
cruise
is on
belt?
there,
Yeah.
Cheeseburger.
boy-
Let's go.
Jonathan Gresham.
Oh, he's number
Yeah.
10 on the PWI.
He even
They
looks
could
short
probably
in his
just put
still-
him in like a broom closet or something.
Dan Lambert.
Who the fuck is Yuya Yamura?
Ariane Andrew.
Kenny Omega would be
Cameron,
pissed
let's
that
go
you
get
said
hyped.
that.
Fucking Cameron.
ODB.
Oh, shit.
Hell yeah, Luigi Primo. All right, Intro, let's go.
There you go.
Get myself a pizza.
Yeah,
Fuck yeah.
that'd be pretty awesome if they had him like behind the cafeteria table, swinging
Lucky
the
Man's
pizzas.
gonna be there.
There's a fake Kiss band there.
The Kiss Demon.
Oh wow!
It is like a Kiss cover band, Priss. Now-
Chris.
It's like
Chris.
it is. It's called Priss. It's like a female Kiss cover band.
Oh,
There's a band named
Jeez.
Quarantine, spelled Quar.
Yeah, but it's with Jericho. I'm calling bullshit. He can't be there. He's there. He's listed twice. Fozzy and Quarantine. He's the lead singer of both.
that'll show you.
You can't do that.
Yeah,
Gutter
he gets
Candy
paid 3
Fish.
times. He's
What the fuck?
Maybe he's part of Priss too. Comes out with some fake tatas and his face painted.
What do you mean fake? Oh wait, no, he did lose some weight. Never mind.
The
Gutter
Vaudettes.
Candy featuring Frankie Kazarian.
Wow.
We are wasted.
Gutter Candy. What the fuck?
There's a
This all sounds
paranormal podcast on it. How odd. This is
Yeah.
They're just ripping off Without Your Head.
Exactly. Raj Sharma, the comedian Raj Sharma's on there.
Ah, he's a knee slap.
Guy's the best. Kate Quigley.
Working a red cup.
You know
Jeff.
she can't be funny. She's a woman.
Wow.
Oh wow!
Joe's would be losing his mind right now.
He'd agree. I love it. The Goodwill ambassador, Ted Irvine. He's just bringing his old man
Jericho's
on
dad's
the
going to get
cruise.
drunk.
Some drunk guy called Red Cup Jeff.
Red Cup Jeff.
71 more days, Incher. So you want to do it?
Nah,
Nah, see all this bullshit. He's like, the drug won't let me do it. Then I'm like, let's do it. No, I don't want to do it.
I'm good.
What a bitch.
Catch the COVID now.
Ride the wave later.
Go. Look, we can get if we double up, we can get for only $1,335. If you go by yourself, it's gonna cost you $2,471.
Oh
That's
my
fun.
goodness.
$1,300.
And that only costs covers room and board. It's not for food.
If we all go, well, if 4 of us go, because the 5 guest rooms are sold out, we can get a 4 guest room for only $818 a person.
Oh,
Damn, that's a steal.
A little bit more reasonable.
Yeah,
How many days is it?
a good question.
8 weeks.
February 2nd through the 6th. Then we also have to all fly to the
That's not
Miami.
terrible. Yeah, I'm in Miami.
Yeah,
That's
he's
not
already
bad,
there.
All
I
right.
think it's a one-way trip too. I think you got to find a flight
Yeah,
back
yeah.
from the Bahamas or something. Like
No, I think they take you back. I would think.
that. Well,
For extra.
All the rooms though, it's just one bed, so we'll have to all get in the bed together.
Hell yeah.
Leave head to foot. So there's
Meat
no.
on me.
See, now,
Butt to
now,
back.
now
Oh,
we know why Jack's
there's gonna be some funky
changed
business.
his mind on this one.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I'm gonna be pounding some inch your ass on the high seas. Yeah. With the motion in the ocean.
Hell yeah.
Ooh, ha, ha. Be drilling for inches oil. On the high seas.
Good Lord.
Shooting my torpedo.
More like a pea shooter.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right, Incher.
Yeah.
Bucket.
I don't want to go.
Questions.
All right, enough of this lollygagging. We're gonna get to these questions. Geraldine has contacted me. She fell asleep. Wake up! We're back on.
Lucky girl.
Way to commit to the bit, Shirley.
All right. Dobbs Dean Maya. Hey, Incher, you good, bro?
I'm good.
What did you do today, Incher?
I went to Walmart to get double-sided tape, and what else did I do? I bought some birthday gifts for my niece and nephew.
Never tell me ever again that my story was boring.
Well, you asked. I'm just telling them what I did.
If you had a time machine to go back to any time in history, where would you go and why?
I like the one you said about going back to prevent like Bryce Remsburg birthday.
Man,
Push him back in.
Oh, that's right. So it wasn't killing him. You just is that why you got the double-sided tape to like tape his mom's legs together?
No,
That never works.
no,
Couldn't come
that
out. He's
wasn't
like,
it.
oh no, I meant not so she couldn't have sex. I meant so he had to be stuck in there for the night.
Mhm.
And he says, "Have a great show. Thanks and bye."
Thank you, sir.
Bruce Briscoes. He's one of the Briscoe brothers, if you didn't know.
Yeah, I was aware of that.
He wants to know if someone were to tell your kids, no, he doesn't. Do you think no FTR in the pay-per-view was the smart move by AEW? From what I understood, they were booked on something else and couldn't be on it.
Yeah, you can't hold other promotions belts.
Hey, it was a good pay-per-view no matter what. So, I mean,
it was pretty packed too. Everything was like segment after segment, pretty,
Yeah.
and there weren't a lot of filler there. So I don't think there was time.
And where is Miro? I'm a big Miro fan. I don't know what's going on there.
I don't know. Poor Miro.
Jonathan Jackson! Did Nikhil take out Lexar? I remember they were having a feud. Nikhil's still on the Facebook. There wasn't room for the both of them on Facebook. It could be an inside job. Nikhil might have him taken out.
He maybe reported it to the pay-per-view guys.
Maybe that's just a cover story by Lexar.
Maybe.
Nikhil wants to know thoughts on these comments. Tony Schiavone's talks his love of Eddie Kingston, how AEW is a better company with Kingston in it. Yeah, I agree. I like Kingston. You feel a lot of sympathy for the guy. I think he's got a lot of heart, a lot of passion. Which
connects
ba-
people.
yeah, which baby faces would you like to see MJF face for the title? That's a good question. Well, if they do if the Combat Club do stay faces and he's heel, I mean all those guys would be good. Claudio, Danielson. I think Ricky Starks is actually a good one. He wins the tournament. I don't think that's a pay-per-view match, but I think it would be a good Dynamite main event, MJF and Ricky Starks.
Matt Jackson.
There is a lot of people.
Yeah.
Jungle Boy eventually, I think. Coming off the big cage match. Do you agree with this statement? I wonder how Jim Cornette feels knowing that in just a couple of months, Tony Khan's AEW will have outlasted Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Whoa!
Ouch.
Oh man.
He's shooting his TV.
He won't like that.
FTR have been used on one AEW pay-per-view, which was New Japan show. I thought weren't they in a 6-man tag on the last one?
He had to have been on more pay-per-views than just that.
Where it was them and Wardlow.
Yeah,
In the last one.
that's true.
The rumor is the Royal Rumble might change into 40 men. I don't think it really makes it better. It only would make it better if it was like top people and surprises, but if it's like, random people and tag teams and stuff, I think it just makes it longer and less interesting.
Yeah. You got to get to the point, just if it's not going to be good people, then
That's always the worst ones to me. Is like, I remember in the mid 90s when they didn't have a huge, or maybe late 90s, I guess, but it was like, like all the Bariquas were in it and all like 8 Ball, and then you're just like, who the hell cares? Fucking 8 Ball's not gonna win.
8 Ball is pretty fucking awesome.
You ever do an 8 Ball incher?
Could use one right now. I'll be going crazy.
There's a new place I can buy the weed in Boston that's it's a recreational incher.
Yeah.
It's right by my theater I go to.
Oh yeah.
Buying the weed pills.
I was like, give me some of them weed pills. I eat like M&Ms. Oh, me and the rapper.
Oh my.
Eminem, did you watch Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? I watched some of it. My mom was watching. It was a good one. So Eminem, he gets inducted, and so he's giving a speech, and he runs down. He's listing all like the people like inspired him, and it was literally like the 1001 Holds by Jericho. He named like, I'm not even joking, like 50 people. It just kept going, and people were. I was like, what the hell, dude? You have to name every rapper that's ever lived. It was probably more than that. It was probably like almost 100 names. And it was an alphabetical order. It was just like he was naming every person, every rapper that he knows.
Did he smile when he got the award, or did he just?
Yeah, no, he was in a good mood.
Oh, well, that's good.
It was good. John Mellencamp was on. I hadn't seen him in years. He was sucking on a chili dog.
Oh.
Was he hurting so good?
No, it was actually cool. It was him and Bruce Springsteen, and they sang Great Balls of Fire for
Jerry Lee Lewis.
And then they married their cousin.
Yikes.
Jerry Lee Lewis, cool. Toy Story was released 27 years ago today.
Never seen.
God damn, that makes me feel old. You know what? I'll be honest. I've saw the first one. I saw the first one. I don't think I've ever seen any sequels, and I don't really care one way or the other about Toy Story.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
The last one's pretty bad.
I heard most people love them, but me and Inch are old, and we're like, fuck their kids. movies.
Yeah. I was kind of a teenager when they came out, so I just didn't care about
I
it.
was 20 years old, or I guess 19. Not next year, but then the year after that, 2 years from now, is going to be my 30th high school reunion. That's crazy.
Oh man, you
It
going?
is.
No, fuck that shit. On my 20th, like all these girls on my Facebook were messaging me. This one in particular was like, "Oh, you gotta come," and she got all pissed because I didn't go. And then she's like, "Oh, we're showing this video," and I'm like, "I'm not gonna be in it. No one took videos of me when I was in high school." And then she sent it to me afterwards, and I watched it. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm not in this. Why the hell do I care about them?" Jason David Frank, aka the Green White Ranger from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, passed away. Any memories? I grew up watching him in that show, and I must say, losing one of our childhood heroes is tough. In fact, I got my ears pierced because of him. Wow. Thanks and rest in peace.
I'm not a Power Rangers fan. I wouldn't even know who he was if it wasn't for him challenging CM Punk to a fight. But he
Oh,
was
yeah,
the
that
same
did
one,
happen.
wasn't he? Yeah. I mean, it's a shame he committed suicide, but I mean, that's terrible. But I don't know anything about Power Rangers. I hated the show. I hated it.
Man,
Worst
that's one of
show
Papa
ever.
Cita's favorite shows.
Yeah.
Papacito. I
Yeah.
apologize.
I
I hate
actually, not to interrupt
You
you.
make your Papa Cita leave after you're trashing his favorite show.
No, I actually had a comment on the Jason David Frank thing.
Mm-hmm.
A few years ago, like the year right before I started my career in animation and all that stuff, I went to a Comic-Con and he was super nice to me. I took a picture with him. I got to hang out with his crew. Like he is, I mean, from my experience, he was like top guy. I'm a Power Ranger mark, so because I like superhero shows and stuff like that. So like for me, it was sad, and it's like it's terrible because supposedly he like the rumor is that he committed suicide because of the divorce he's going through, and he was dealing with depression and things like that. And,
That's a shame anyone, gets that level.
yeah, he was really loved too, bro. Like they make his action figures are usually the highest grossing. Every time he comes back to the show, it's always a big deal. He's almost the Hogan of Power Rangers, if you want to call him that. Like when he shows up, ratings spike. It's like a big deal. I mean, people get tired of anybody. Just like in wrestling, if somebody comes back a million times, you get tired of them. But like for the genre of Power Rangers, for that world, he was a big deal. So rest in peace.
All right. Well, rest in peace. Yeah, I've never watched the show. I don't really know anything about it, but I don't like to see anyone pass away young, especially from suicide and depression.
Yeah.
All right. Thoughts on this stat? Andrade signed with AEW 6/4/21. In 18 months, he's had 26 matches. I've said this a lot of times. I think he's very overrated. I don't care at all about him. I think you could get rid of him. It'd save a lot of money.
You mean like get rid of him the mob kind of way? Or?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, why not?
Why not?
Yeah.
Oh my.
Sleep with the fishes. No,
they got him to get the Latino vote, but
does he? I don't know. I honestly think the other guys. I think Bandito's a lot better, and I think Roosh is.
Roosh.
Isn't Kingston Latino too? Isn't he like Puerto Rican or something?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of that's a big umbrella to say all of them are, Latino.
No, I'm just saying specifically Kingston. Isn't Eddie Kingston? So, I mean, if you're going to go for that demographic, I mean, you'd be smarter.
I know. Well, I just know from the past, people have gotten, I know, like Conan, I don't know, other people have gotten mad when they said, that, like, everyone's Latino. Because I guess, like, if you're Mexican, you don't think of like, oh, I'm gonna root for the Puerto Rican guy because he's Latino.
Well, it's representation. But if you're gonna have them, you know what I mean?
I doesn't represent. I'm just saying the people that you were saying they're represented. I've not taken kindly to. So I don't know. But I like all those guys a lot better. I just as a talent, regardless of where he's from or anything, I honestly see nothing in him. I'm not entertained by him at all. I don't think he's a particularly good wrestler. I think he's a really bad talker. I don't think he has any charisma.
Talking Andrade.
Yeah. He's one of I see. I can't say my least favorite guy. Like there's people I actively dislike, but he's just someone and he's there, and I could not care less.
He's like the diet version of Del Rio. Like,
I mean, I never cared about him either. But
I thought he was all right. He was a lot better on the mic, and he can do a lot more wrestling, and he connected a lot more with people. It's just
I don't think the only time I think he connected with the fans was when he had the car and when he had Ricardo.
That was a good time. I liked him in Impact too.
But. And I don't think Andrade's is a rotten human being as Del Rio.
Yeah.
Wheeler Yuta has had the same number of matches this year than Miro has in 26 months.
Hilarious.
I like Wheeler Yuta. So the Miro was hurt for a lot of times during that period, but these last I have no idea what the issue is. I don't know if there's something behind the scenes or what, but I mean, I would like to see more Miro, but that doesn't mean I don't want to see Wheeler Yuta. I actually think he's very talented. I like the guy. I was there when Wheeler had that big match with Moxley when I was there. I was there live, and I remember coming on the show and talking about this was like a big moment. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah.
I think the huge pop the Elite had shows they have a big loyal fan base. Yeah, we've gone over this. Today marks 10 years of the Shield. Wow, seems even longer, honestly. Do you remember their debut? Yeah, the Shield was to me one of the highlights of WWE during that period. And if you looking back, like the landscape of wrestling would be a lot different without. It's very rare that a faction where all three members become very successful.
Yeah.
I mean, people could say like Evolution, but you know, Triple H and Ric Flair were already like established guys.
That's true.
For a group where all three were, you know, basically new people, that's really unheard of. And not only successful, but like three of the biggest people in wrestling in the modern era. After the best of 7 series is completed between the Young Bucks and Death Triangle, would you like to see the House of Black challenge the winners in another lengthy feud? Not really. I'm not huge on the House of Black. I really like Brody King.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see if Black is motivated on his return, and I don't think Buddy is a good fit at all in the group.
Yeah.
What about Julia Hart?
I don't think she's a good fit either.
She's a good fit with me.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh my.
You better believe it, Brian.
But
all day.
Well, I'll have to wait and see what they do when they come back. But I was not really big on them. I like the idea of the group, but I thought a lot of the stuff they did was really lame.
I hope they have a really good feud on Dark, so I don't have to see it.
I think I guess it depends. I was going to say Best Friends and Orange would be cool, but if it's Elite, it'll probably be faces versus face. So I don't know what to see. The main event for Impact Wrestling Hard to Kill pay-per-view is now Josh Alexander defending the title versus Bully Ray.
Oh.
I'm a Bully Ray fan.
I hope Josh Alexander.
That's pretty good right now.
I say that, but like I haven't really seen Bully Ray in like 10 years. So. Last time I saw him was in that short return to WWE.
I'm still mad at him. Still mad at him for being such an idiot at the Ric Flair roast, where he was just like, "I'm not."
Oh yeah, he was cooking for him.
Yeah, that was just it's like it's a roast.
That
Roasting.
wrestlers don't know what roasts are.
He should have attacked everyone who made fun of him.
Should just put them all through tables.
How dare you all talk about Ric Flair like this?
This man is a god.
Ever since Velvet's, he kind of ruined Velvet Sky. You never hear about her anymore.
No.
She's in NWA. She's a commentator with Tim Storm.
That's like a tree falling in the woods.
Yeah.
They're getting that hot Fox News audience.
Yeah, well, she should commentate on some news channel. She should be like on InfoWars or something. All right, here's Survivor Series. We got Seth freaking Rollins versus Bobby Lashley versus Austin Theory, 3-way for the United States Championship. I'm normally not a big fan of triple threat matches. I thought Austin Theory was getting kind of jobbed out. Now he's in a title match.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how does he lose his way into a title match?
Well, they're building him back up now. They're trying to
Do a title match, but don't you have to build him up? Not just your build. Part of your build is you go for a title.
Yeah, they're hot shotting it real quick. So
I didn't even know Seth Rollins was a champ.
they think that he's actually going to beat him. So
all right, I'm gonna say
see.
Bobby Lashley wins it
By disqualification.
I'll say Austin Theory because that's what Dave Meltzer says.
Dave Meltzer.
You hear that, Jonathan Jackson?
Fuck the Dave Meltzer.
That's what Dave Meltzer said. And I'm observing what he said.
It'd be a cool, Incher, I know you've been against tattoos, but hear me out. What if you got a sleeve of your favorite IWC wrestling reporters? So you had like Meltzer, maybe a big Meltzer back tattoo, and then like a sleeve of like Brian Alvarez and Dave Scherer, Mike Johnson.
Yeah, get some credible people like Wade Keller.
That Billy Barty guy, whatever the hell his name is.
Bob Ross Sapp. Get some good people.
That'd be sweet.
Bruce
Bill Apter on your left calf.
Hell yeah, Bill. Yeah, go old school. You know what, Incher? That would really bring in the women. They'd be all over you.
Nah, ain't worried about it. Ain't worried.
They'd be seeing Wade Keller on your forearm. Then you just, you know what, baby? I got Dave Meltzer on my back. And
don't really get the women in Incher.
Not worried about it.
A big tattoo of Adam Martin.
You can also get dudes too.
Yeah.
Not worried about that. I'm good.
Wait till you see who I got on my dong.
Yeah.
Wait till you see what he got on
the dong tattoo.
Sir Adam and the Phantom.
Sir Adam on the ball sack and Phantom on the shaft.
Yeah. Think Big Mosh would be a butthole tattoo?
Hell yeah! It's gonna be the painted man. Where the hell's Jackie Jones going? Right over your heart?
No.
This has legs, and I think this would be a good idea.
Brilliant.
I put your face on my foot, so I'll be stepping on your face like Tony Atlas.
Why are you so filled with hate?
No.
Don't hate appreciate.
I'm tired.
AJ Styles with the OC and Maya Yim, who's now like the Michelin Man or something.
Her name is Munchkin.
Bitchin, whatever the fuck.
Mitchin.
How can they bring her back as Mia Yim and then change her after they brought her back?
They were like, oh shit, we can't license her real name.
Versus Finn Balor with the Judgment Day. This is just a straight up singles match?
Apparently.
Oh shit, we could get some free vert girls in chat.
Mm-hmm. Some what?
Vert.
Oh my. We can't have any of that. No, let's remove. Yes, remove. put user in timeout. None of that.
Oh man. Now what's that saga gonna do?
We'll have none of that.
Let's see. I guess I don't know. AJ Styles will win. Finn Balor. When's the last time he's won a feud? Ronda
Steven
Rousey
Simmons
versus
says the Meltzer tattoo should be his tongue spazzed out when he's laughs. Can you do that on a tattoo? How would you do that on a tattoo?
like put it on your nipple so you can like bounce your nipple or something.
Well,
It'll
you
be
got-
like how Mr. Burns laughs from The Simpsons.
Nah.
That'd be pretty hot, ain't sure. Then you could tell the ladies, you know what? Meltzer's not the only one who's got the tongue moves.
You just start wiggling your nipple.
Yeah, and be like, "Ah." Ronda Rousey versus Shotzi Blackheart for the women's tag, for the women's belt.
Wow.
Ronda Rousey. It'll be like minute, couple seconds.
Shotzi's gonna run her over with the tank.
Yeah, she's gonna kill her with the tank and pin her.
The Brawling Brutes, Sheamus, Ridge Holland, and Butch with Drew McIntyre and Kevin Owens
Mm-hmm.
versus
Should be.
the Bloodline. Roman Reigns, Solo, Sequoia, Sami Zayn, and the Usos.
Is that in the blood? Not a blood.
That's
The
in
War
the
Games.
War Games.
Yeah.
I'm going to say the Brawling Brutes.
Beyond. What? I'm saying.
I prefer Bloodline, but I think they're going to do a surprise. On this.
Yeah, I guess you can't just. This is a way for Reigns to lose without losing.
Yeah, he's not gonna get pinned.
Right.
It's gonna be like Solo or
It's gonna
something.
be fucking Sami Zayn, the little bitch of the group. I'm a big Sami Zayn fan.
But he's a little bitch. Wow.
Bianca, well, that don't mean you're a bad person.
It just means you're a little bitch.
Right. Bianca Belair, Alexa Bliss, Asuka, and the Michelin Man, and to be announced versus Damage Control. Bailey, Dakota Kai, and Io Sky versus Nikki Y and Rhea High.
Damage Control's winning because
Oh, some rough looking chick.
because if Brawling Brutes win, then they got to let the heel team win this one. That's my theory.
Nah, fuck
That's
that.
your
All
Austin
faces are winning.
Damage Control. They're gonna control the damage. You know what? They control the damage better than EC3 can control a narrative.
That's true. That's true.
That guy's weird.
Yeah, he is weird.
All right. That was question 13 by Nikhil.
The 50.
Thanksgiving plans that's been asked before by other people, but thank you for asking.
Ocean
USA
questions.
USA plays England on Friday in the World Cup. Are you intrigued?
Don't care.
Could
I think
not
SmackDown's been bumped all the way to like 11 at night.
Damn.
Ah, damn.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna watch either of that shit.
which is strange because the World Cup's in Qatar, so the match is
In
live at
Qatar?
like noon. Yeah. So the match is at like noon, so why they would bump
Oh,
SmackDown?
man, I gotta
Yeah.
book my flight. I gotta fly over to Qatar. I had a
They
good
must
time
want to
in
bump
Saudi
SmackDown
Arabia.
so they can play the replay or something. It's pretty sad. Getting bumped for soccer replays.
Rampage is at like 4
in
p.m.
the morning.
No, p.m.
Oh,
Eastern Standard Time.
Have you heard of the Kansas song "Carry On, Wayward Son" before? Yes, of course. Jesus
Never heard
Christ,
that.
Nikhil.
Is this
what
a
are
new
your
band?
favorite memories of the song?
I'm a big fan of the song. I thought it was a great moment.
But what about the city and state?
No, I
Never
actually
been to
did a movie
Kansas.
for director Kansas Bowling.
Gee.
I like the
Thoughts?
movie, the Matt Dillon movie. Is that what you're talking about? It's been a long time since I've seen it.
Nope. No, the female director Kansas Bowling directed me in a movie recently.
Oh.
Carry on, my Kansas bowling.
Kansas, Omaha, here, Thoughts on Eric Bischoff, says Tony Khan, reminds him. I'm just going to stop. Because I say this every time they bring it up. You can't really take anything Bischoff says seriously about AEW. He clearly has like a
bias.
feud with him.
Yeah.
Until he hires him back, and then
Exactly.
he'll be loving it.
He'd be all on it.
AJ Styles has lost his last 10 matches on pay-per-view. What are your thoughts?
He's gonna lose
just a
another.
loser.
I think this is the new streak.
Just
Yeah.
a big loser.
Then he's gonna get a title
Is
shot.
that a My Pillow?
That is my pillow, actually.
Oh, my.
That's what I actually have My Pillows too. They're very comfortable.
Yes. Figure Incher might need it, so sleepy.
I hated my pillow, honestly.
What?
Yeah.
What do you hate? Why do you hate America?
I don't know why. I kind
You
of like
hate fair and balanced elections?
I like my lumpy pillow. I don't even vote, so I don't even care about those elections.
Did you start punching the pillow when you bought it?
Nah,
She
it
was
said
biting the
wash
pillow though when I came over. Did you like the storyline in TNA when Abyss revealed on 10-10-10 that they were Hogan, Bischoff, Jarrett, Jeff Hardy, and Fortune taking over TNA?
Yeah, I love that. That's the best.
That was one of my favorite angles.
Best thing ever.
The destruction of the company.
Yeah, I agree. It
I
really led to bad times and me eventually not watching and ever getting back.
Yeah.
Do you think the WWE main show War Game match will be better than NXT and AEW Blood and Guts?
NXT had Blood and Guts.
Well, the NXT War Games were really good. I enjoyed Blood and Guts too, so I don't know. There's good people. The Bloodline people are really good, as so are the Brute guys. So I mean, it's possible. We'll have to wait and see. There probably won't be blood in it.
Or guts.
Or guts. Rip out their guts.
Oh, I don't want to see the guts.
Would you ever let a guy do such a deep blade job they could literally pull their guts out into? That'd be pretty cool.
No, that'd be off.
Do you think the
Sometimes.
WWE... Oh, we did that one. And the final question from Nikhil Intro. Jamie Noble will have his last ever match in December on a WWE house show. What's your favorite memory of Jamie Noble?
My favorite memory of Jamie.
I really like Noble. I think he's a guy that really would have excelled in today's wrestling the last few years because his size wouldn't have been such a hindrance.
I think I liked him with Nydia. My Nydia. Good
Yeah,
time.
she was cute.
Would you use my Nydia as my pillow?
Sure.
All right. Juju B, have you ever had a turducken?
From Dunkin'
No,
Donuts.
never had turducken.
I did, and I did not think it was very good
Is
They
that like a
cooked it
dump?
wrong.
for a specific reason. The best part of a duck and chicken is you want to render unless you take the skin off, you want the skin rendered and crispy. So you want the fat rendered and you want it crispy.
Yeah.
The turducken where it's stuffed inside, the duck skin's all like kind of gooey and flat and flabby, and so isn't the chicken. And so I did not think it was particularly good.
No.
They cooked it wrong. They should have deep fried it.
I think to do it right, you have to deep fry each layer or something. I want you to want the crispy, especially duck, like the duck skin. You got to have that crispy. Sean Green, how close are we truly to promotional cooperation? New Japan currently has AEW and Impact wrestlers competing in their promotion. AEW has New Japan heavily involved in some of their stuff as of recent. WWE sent Nakamura to Noah, and WWE has asked for AEW to be used in some of their production.
It is pretty shocking that they're actually going to send Nakamura out.
I don't foresee WWE like having AEW guys on the show.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Because didn't they want Billy Gunn and they asked for them to mention AEW?
Yeah, they wouldn't do it.
And they wouldn't do it.
Could you just say 3 letters? Fuck that.
Yeah.
They were trying to make it look like AEW was being unreasonable, but really they were the ones being unreasonable.
Tyler Stevens, how's Incher's search for jailbirds going?
Jailbirds?
Yeah, like a love after lockup kind of deal.
Oh, yeah, I haven't been on that. I'm not interested in that. I'm good.
Yeah, though, I think your Meltzer tattoo would go over big with some, some prison women.
Think so?
XXX18 online was sending some stuff in here.
Yeah, I blocked them, I think. I totally just cock blocked them. I was like, no.
Damn.
We're not having any sexy time in our chat room.
Brian Matu Klutztak wants to know, I recently purchased a PS5. I know Jack had moved on to the PS14, but does Incher have any recommendation for PS5 exclusives? So far, I'm really enjoying Qbert and Dig Dug. That's a man who knows his video games.
Not really. I mean, I haven't played a single PS5 exclusive, I don't think.
Well,
I know God of War just came out, and everybody says that's good. I haven't played it, but I don't know. Get God of War, I guess. Ragnarok.
You're just a phony game player, aren't you?
Oh,
you
man.
pretending to play all games. But you ain't played shit. You're over there at the DB hole.
I think you figured me out.
Playing the Tecmo Bowl.
Caught him red-handed.
Yeah.
Geraldine wants to know, do you guys miss me?
Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Love
Sure.
you.
I think Patrick Howell misses her very much so.
I'm gonna give Geraldine my Dave Meltzer tongue action. Jonathan Jackson! What's your favorite Thanksgiving dish? I do like a nice stuffing.
Stuffing and I think it's the stuffing and the gravy and the turkey on top of,
I am anti-gravy on the stuffing. Oh, do not like gravy on the stuffing. I like gravy on the mashed potatoes.
Yeah,
Not on my stuffing.
You can go to hell.
I'm gonna spray my gravy all over yours.
Yeah, I'm more of a cranberry sauce person on stuff.
I do like cranberry sauce.
I like a little cranberry sauce, just a little bit. If you add just a little to everything. I like it all mixed
I like
together.
a big. I do actually like a can cranberry sauce that comes out in the shape of the can.
Whole can?
Yeah, no, but I know people like the whole berry cranberry sauce. I actually prefer the jelly that comes out of the can. But when I was a child, well, not that young, well, probably like 8 to 12. We used to go every fall and go pick cranberries at the cranberry bog.
Yeah, the cranberry bog?
Yeah, I have many of them around me. This is probably the biggest area in the country for cranberries.
Really?
And we would pick cranberries at the cranberry bog, and they'd give you recipes for stuff. And one of them was a cranberry sauce. And I used to make and you put like orange peel in it. It was very good. I don't think I have the recipe anymore. I think they actually was called a cranberry relish. Jonathan Jackson, do you feel bad celebrating a holiday that sparked the systemic destruction of this nation's original inhabitants. Yeah, I love it. Get the hell out of here, Stephen Butler. This is my country now.
Oh, he's in Canada, so you don't have to worry about him.
Yeah, we send him packing up north. No one yells about the Canadians doing the same. Canada ain't run by Stephen Butler. It's run by Whiteys. Whiteys ain't born in Canada town.
Good point.
But all they yell about is good old US of A. I'm the pride of the Pilgrims. Who the hell you think you're asking? Jonathan Jackson, what did Tazo put in my drink? Well, if you got a sore butt, I don't know what to tell you. Jonathan Jackson, would you beat your co-host if they were your child? So if Intro is my bouncing baby boy, would I just start whooping that ass? No, I would treat him with love and dignity.
I've kind of had that thought, like if I was there to like
mental case,
beat the hell out of Jack when he was growing up, he'd probably have turned out a lot.
That's like the craziest thing I've ever heard anyone say.
Well, that was the question, wasn't it?
You'd be like, if I had a time machine, I'd go back in time. I'd kidnap Jack as a boy.
Well, you were always talking
raise
about
him as
like,
my son and beat him.
tying your friends up to trees and leaving them.
Whoa.
And then like
that was out of fun.
And then like
what kids did back there, but I didn't know no better. I
you're
wasn't
always
the adult,
teasing
I was a little
them and
kid.
stuff. You know, I think I could parent you pretty good with a good ass whooping.
No, I don't think beating kids does any good.
Oh, it would have done you worlds of good.
I think you're just getting off on this fantasy of beating my white smooth baby buttocks.
What the hell? I'm talking about discipline. Now you're trying to make it like into some sort of creepy thing.
Well, you're saying you're daydreaming about it.
I said I think you would turn out better. You would have turned out better with my guidance.
I'd probably be like some drug addict living in an alley.
Give you a proper
Dad,
motivation.
Beat me. My West Virginian daddy beat me.
Yeah.
Drove me to drugs and alcohol.
Well, dudes are like Arby's or something.
Yeah, well, why has it got to be my West Virginian daddy?
Because you're fucking from West Virginia, dumbass.
Why has that even got to be a part
because
of it?
I'm in. You said you would use a time machine, go back time, coming to. It would be awfully weird. I'm in Massachusetts, and all of a sudden, my dad's a West Virginian.
Yeah, he says not a big deal, but it is a big deal to him. It is.
This is like the CM Punk Coca Cabana thing all over again.
Yeah.
Why does AEW
I'm
shop?
going to discipline Jack, but if you ask me about discipline Jack, I'm going to deny it.
What does AEW shop? Why does AEW shop have a clearance tab, but all the shirts are still the same price as others?
Cause they're thinking.
Man, Intra's all against Punk punching a grown man, but he's all for beating little kids.
Oh man.
That is weird. The clearance section and everything's well, it's set. No, you are incorrect, actually, Jonathan. Save 35%, no coupon needed. So when you click these and you add them to your cart, and then you go to checkout, they're 35% off.
Damn.
Yeah, what a way to show it by showing you the full price first.
GameStop
shows you the savings.
You probably get like a Glacier t-shirt or something.
No, I got some stuff. They got Hangman Page. I got Blood and Guts. Double or Nothing. They got a cool Orange Cassidy shirt. Fight for the Fallen. They got Double or Nothing with Punk versus Page. A lot of them are pay-per-view shirts, which they're cool, but in a way, I think it's kind of cheating if you weren't there.
Yeah, because it says the year too. Like it's like Revolution 2020. It's like,
I actually have that shirt, that Revolution one with Punk and with Jericho and Moxley. where Jericho has the eye patch. Because I was there though. I didn't just like I'm wearing this shirt. I
Man.
kind of like these shirts. They have like the action figures on. They're kind of cool. Drive Sammy Drive. I do like all the pay-per-view shirts, but I don't think buying a pay-per-view shirt if you weren't there is cool. Tony Obasta, unless it's a real old one, like if you bought one from like the 90s or 80s or something.
I think I need to go to AEW and buy all the pay-per-view shirts.
Well, I'll tell you something. They had a Black Friday sale. It was 50% off action figures. And I went there and I bought some action figures. They were marked down to $12.50. It was the same way though. I was a little confused at first. I was like, these say half price, but they're $25. But then I added them to the cart. Boom, down to $12.50.
Did you enter the contest to win the limited edition ones? Did you?
Nope.
All
But
you gotta do
I
is sign up.
did buy an AEW hat too. You know what's on it?
It's on it.
I'm gonna wear it on the show, and you're gonna be pissed.
Whoa,
My boy,
yeah.
CM Punk,
Oh, I don't
best
care.
in the world.
I like CM Punk, but
I wore
think
CM Punk shirts
I
a
think-
couple times on the show, and you started having a conniption fit.
when
You're like, "We're gonna do wear another Punk shirt." I
I
remember.
don't remember that.
Yeah, look
You're
at that
making
little
up.
smirk on his face. He gets that when he's alive.
You're making up. What? Making it up. There's no lies here.
Lie. You lie so much you can't even keep track of when you're lying or telling the truth. Tony Obasta wants to know, what would your WWE creative thought up name be? BBB.
Probably like hillbilly shithead.
That'd be good. That'd be pretty good one. I don't think they'd be that clever.
I don't think they could trademark that.
Mhm. Hillbilly.
Zachariah. Let's see. Zachariah
McGee.
McGee. That would be good. Zach, come into the ring, Zachariah McGee.
Hillbilly fuckface.
That'd be awesome. Can I just start calling you that?
No.
How about Hick? Instead of hillbilly, like Hick. They just call you Hick.
Hick fuckface. I don't think that'll work either.
Hick racist
Hick
asshole.
It's a washboard Hick Williams. And you come down like playing a washboard with like overalls and barefoot.
An accordion.
Oh, man.
What'd you say yours would be?
Zachariah McGee.
Zachariah McGee.
Just some
Lame.
stupid ass name that they used to give people in NXT. Or like Jones Nielsen, maybe. And Howard JD.
What?
Masha Slamovich.
Has there ever been a wrestler named Ebenezer? That kind of sounds like an NXT name.
Wasn't that one of Ezekiel's family members?
Ebenezer Williams.
Yeah, I don't know if there's been a wrestling Ebenezer. There's been an Ezekiel.
Maybe back in the 20s,
Yeah, maybe.
the 1920s. I gotta say that now because it's
Yeah. What are you talking about? Yesterday.
yeah.
Brian Matthew Klutz. When I have friends over to watch AEW pay-per-views, we could get pizza from a local pizzeria around the corner, but we always get Domino's. Are you intrigued? I'm intrigued by your dumbness.
That's
And why does he hate his own friends so bad? Why does your
Yeah.
young boy hate his own friends?
I was gonna say that's kind of proof that he doesn't have friends if he's taking them to Domino's.
Oh, Domino's is good. You're all crazy. You're all crazy.
The blows. Tony Obasta. Would you rather Lexar, Nyla Rose, Earl Hebner, Joel Gertner, or the Boogeyman? Coming to get ya. Do you think he has like worms that just come out of his butthole?
Fuck, I'm going to bed.
There's only two more
Night.
questions.
All right.
What was Brian Matthew Clutter? What was your favorite instance of the Bentley bounce in TNA? What the fuck is that?
Oh, I used to do that dance. I forgot
Ooh.
about it.
Some guy named
Bounce.
Bentley. He used to do the
Matt
big
Bentley.
bounce. Yeah.
Oh, I do. I remember that name, Matt Bentley. Whatever happened to that guy? Yeah, dropped off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't really remember it that well, though.
He's now Tony Khan.
And the last question of the night by my boy, your boy, our boy, Mike Bessler, the Headyverse Marxist. He wants to know who is better in his prime, Steve Regal or Steve Huber?
Who?
Huber.
Oh, who the fuck is Steve Hooper?
I'm going to say Steve Regal.
I'm just gonna say, Spike Huber. I'm sorry.
Spike Hoover. Who?
Thing.
That's no better.
That sounds like a vacuum cleaner.
It's like some guy who wrestled in like the 50s or something. Some
He's-
old man. The
He's-
hell, we ain't old fuck.
He faced Ebenezer in a match.
Oh,
Spike Huber. Look at this dude. Look at this fucking guy. Why is he even comparing the two?
Oh,
Fuck Spike Huber.
they're like welfare Sid Vicious.
Look at this dude. I like that face.
Does he got a fucking hair lip?
Which version?
Yeah, I'm coming to get you. I'm Spike Huber.
I wish he did have a Boston accent. I'm Spike Hoover.
That him
Right.
was Terry Runnels?
I want to get Spike Huber on the show. Well, there he is with
call him
Piper.
up.
Piper.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he would answer.
Damn. Here he is
Holy
now. I
shit, somebody
guess.
remembered me.
Is this him now? He's all jacked.
What the
The
fuck?
hell? Now he's gonna
Mhm.
he's gonna beat our asses.
Y'all make fun of him.
He's like, what the fuck are you saying about me? Oh, I'm sorry, Spike. I don't know. I'm changing my vote. I'm going Spike Cooper.
Yeah, apparently I've seen that picture.
Anytime you're asked, you always go Spike Hoover.
Damn.
Gotta go Spike Hoover.
Also, what are your thoughts on buying sushi from the grocery store? I am pro grocery store sushi.
Yeah, sometimes they got the people
Um,
making it there while you're
Exactly. At my local one
Mhm.
here at Market Basket, not only do they have, you see the person, they have their name, Chef whatever, and it says made daily by Chef whatever, and they have the time and date it's made, and the person's there. I've had very good sushi at the grocery store.
there. Same.
I stand by this grocery store sushi. And I think everybody needs to go out and get some.
What about a gas station sushi?
No,
Yeah.
no,
Of course.
That's fine dining.
Mhm.
especially the
concept.
raw.
If you're constipated, that's fine dining.
Knocks it right out of you.
Yeah. You can whistle afterwards.
Mm.
You ever whistle out of your butthole, Lyncher? You ain't just whistling Dixie.
I thought that
Why's
was.
it gotta be whistling Dixie? Why's it gotta?
I'm a big fan of Dixie Carter. She's my lady.
Yeah.
She never she'll comments and stuff, but she'll never answer me if I ask her to come on the show.
Dang.
That's because
What?
Serge will get angry.
Yeah.
You're just setting me up. All
Well,
right.
everybody have a good Thanksgiving.
Mhm.
Eat your turkey, eat your ham, eat your stuffing, eat your
Turducken.
gravy, eat your
the
mashed
pie.
potatoes, eat your green beans, eat your casseroles, eat your pumpkin pie, eat your yams, eat your sweet potato pie. Eat your macaroni and cheese.
Eat your
Apple
heart out.
pie.
Eat
Yeah.
your Funyuns. Oh,
Mhm.
real quick. This is a quick story. It's reminded me Funyuns. So, I go for my walk every day. I was walking at night the other night. Not real late, but it gets late. It gets dark. So anyway, I was in the convenience store, and I heard this kid go, "Yeah!" I say kid, he's probably in his early 20s. And he was literally like jumping up, going, "Woohoo!" He was like hooting, hollering, like, and he had a scratch ticket. Holy fuck, this kid won like $1 million or something. He won $20.
Damn.
He was so pumped. He won $20, and he told his buddy, he said, "Put down the Funyuns. We're going to Subway." And they were so like, and they got in the car and he goes, "Yeah!" And I thought it was very funny.
He only
They had
spent
enough for
$100.
It was a $2 scratch ticket, so it was a good deal.
Yeah. Now he gets to enjoy the disgustingness of Subway.
Yeah, I was like, man, I might as well just get the Funyuns. But the whole deal was funny. It made me laugh, and then when he said, "Put down the Funyuns, we're going to Subway," it put a big smile on my face. Yeah. All right, we will be back next week. I got some guests lined up. I got to get on setting these up, and I am trying to finish the Without Your Head Spotify, and then I'll get to work on the In Your Head Spotify. I have a few recent ones up, but anyway, I'll try to get all that up. I know I'm behind. I'm sorry. I apologize, but it's been a busy year for me, but it's been a good year. So anyway, we'll be back next week talking all the wrestling. Subscribe, leave some comments, hit that little bell icon, not the internet icon, so you can get all the notifications when a new video is posted or we go live. Go and join the Facebook group, interact with us. It's a good time. Subscribe everywhere, iTunes, Spotify, all that good places. It's a good time, and everyone have a happy Thanksgiving or whatever the hell you're doing. Have a good time, folks.
Bye.
Happy Thanksgiving.